If it's Saturday, it means we're under the lights for a special event, the FOL Daytona 500, brought to you by SRL, Road and Plate, and Front Runners Racing League. Welcome, race fans. I'm Ellis Thomas, joined by Sean Signori and Johnny Rapp here in the Slingshot TV booth. And tonight we're coming to you live from the legendary Daytona International Speedway for a true test of man and machine for 200 laps of edge-of-your-seat racing. Daytona International Speedway sits in the heart of Florida, just a few miles from the beaches where stock car racing was born. Since it opened back in 1959, it's been one of the most iconic venues in motorsports, a place where champions are crowned, and the history of NASCAR has been written lap after lap. The track was so ambitious in scale that engineers actually had to account for the curvature of the earth when they designed it. That famous 31-degree banking was carved from dirt dug out of Lake Lloyd, which still shimmers right in the center of the infield. Most fans think of Daytona for the 500, but the very first race here was a 100-mile sports car event back in April of 1959. An 18-year-old Mario Andretti was even in that field, taking some of his first laps towards that legendary career. Later that year, Lee Petty won the inaugural Daytona 500, kicking off a tradition that would shape NASCAR's legacy. Through the years, this track has hosted some of the most greatest rivalries out there, from Richard Petty and David Pearson to that wild 1979 Daytona 500 that saw a fight between Yarborough, and it launched NASCAR into the national spotlight live on TV. And just to give you an idea how massive this place is, you could fit Churchill Downs, Yankee Stadium, and the White House, and even the Roman Coliseum into Daytona's infield, all at once, and still have room to spare. Sean, that is a lot of real estate for these drivers to navigate tonight, and plenty of room for trouble. What are you watching for over these 500 miles?
It's going to be close action. It's going to be desperate racing. It's going to be blocking. It's going to be going 3-4 wide. It's a crown jewel of the whole season. And we're going to see these guys put everything out there on the racetrack tonight to try to come home a winner of the Daytona 500.
Well, we're going to be talking about that story and a lot of other stories as the race gets going here. But before we do that, it's time for everyone's favorite pre-race tradition. Everyone rise and remove your caps, if able, for the playing of the national anthem. We'll be right back. Back here live in the Slingshot TV studio, getting ready for the FOL Daytona 500. Of course, we got to talk about the stories for you fans who are watching at home to be able to follow tonight. So let's go ahead and look at what we're keeping an eye on up in the booth so you can do so at home as well. Sean, first of all, teamwork. More important here than any other track that these drivers really race at. Why is teamwork so important at Daytona?
Well, the draft is overall the biggest key to winning and running well here at Daytona. You're not going to do it by yourself. Everybody who's ever won a plate race knows that getting that push from behind at the right time is what wins and loses these races. And sometimes you have to work with people that aren't your teammates, and sometimes you have to work with your biggest enemy, but you got to work with somebody at the end of the day.
you're going to be working with someone, you're going to be close to them, and a lot of drivers are going to be close to each other tonight, which means that big one, that big multi-car pileup is almost inevitable, whether it happens on lap 2 or happens on lap 102. Is there anything you can do as a driver to avoid it?
Maybe ride in the back, maybe ride in the front, but even in either of those positions, that big one can happen around you. There's not much you can do to avoid the big one happening in front of you or behind you, but there is a lot you can do to put yourself in the right position so when it does happen, you're able to get around it cleanly.
I want to ask you as a driver, Sean, we've seen you race in some of these races before. If you're out on the track, are you going for it early? Are you wanting to run up front in the thick of things? Are you good to kind of just settle in towards the back of the pack and wait for that chaos to unfold?
I'm always looking to wait for the back of the pack. 500 miles is a long, long way. We're going to be here for 2.5, 3 hours till the checkered flag falls. The pay window doesn't open at lap 20. It opens at lap 200.
And with that last bit of information you talked about, it's a long race. Pit stops are going to be important, Sean. Is there anything you can do to make sure you don't essentially blow up your race on pit road?
Well, you can practice. Practicing pit entry here is a time and true practice of people getting ready for this race. You have to make sure you got that pit entry down, unless you're going to be, dealing with some drive-throughs and dealing with some penalties. If you're prepared to deal with those and still win the race, then I guess your pit entry isn't that important. But you want to practice and you want to make sure you got that down long before the green flag drops.
Practice will definitely reward a lot of drivers tonight. And kind of on that same note, let's talk about rewards. We're doing some big giveaways tonight. 500 miles. We got to burn some of that time somehow. We got 4 different giveaways. We're doing some diecast giveaways. We're doing a couple of NASCAR Panini trading card pack giveaways that could have a driver autograph inside them. Right around 100, every 125 miles or so, we will be giving away an item. So make sure you're getting your comments into the chat, folks. We want to have a lively chat. Send your friends, send your family, anyone who might enjoy watching this super speedway racing tonight as we get ready for the real Daytona 500 next week. Make sure you get those comments in. Already got a lot of folks getting those chats in. We'll talk about that here shortly, but that's going to lead us down to the starting grid. Qualifying has officially ended, and we've got an official starting grid, practice is officially ended. We already had the starting grid for this race because these drivers, Sean, they raced a duel night. So let's go ahead and roll through that starting lineup officially. You can already see the drivers getting onto the grid in those NASCAR Cup Series cars. On the pole, it's going to be Caden Gargiulo, and that number 97 machine won the duel. Robert Brobst in that number 5, that Terry Labonte paint scheme, is going to be starting second. And then the third position, the double 3, Jeremy Dahl. We've seen him in the Wednesday night Slingshot Racing League Grand National Series. Good qualifying effort for Jeremy. Number 35, Trevor McCoy, going to be starting on the outside of row number 2, a new name for Slingshot Racing League. I'm not sure. We're going to find out what league a lot of these guys typically race with. We'll talk about that here shortly. Charles Broderick going to be in the number 40 car, starting 5th tonight. Dylan Butler in the number 96 machine. He's coming from 6th. Michael Boyles in that 05. He'll come from 7th tonight with Scott Drost in the number 2 to his outside. RJ Murphy in the number 4 machine will come from 9th tonight, and to his outside, coming from the 10th position, it's going to be Jackson Samsel.
Starting P11 tonight is going to be the 10 car of James Zongi, and starting 12th is going to be Nathan Gentry in that 1 car. Jordan Nissen's going to be starting P13 tonight, and Gary Steele's going to be starting P14. Adam Boyles in his 22 ride is going to be starting in 15th, and Abraham Kalufa going to be starting in 16th. James Williams in his 34 car is going to be starting in 17th position, and Peter Stewart starting in 18th. Chris French in his 53 ride is going to be starting 19th, and Steve Vest, tried and true, riding that number 60 car.
The 21 is going to be coming from position 21 tonight. Ryan Hinkle in that Mountain Dew car is going to be starting 21st. Randy Gross in the number 31 machine will be coming from 22nd. Meanwhile, Jacob Phillips has a ways to get up to the front of the field from 23rd in that number 56 machine. Patrick O'Toole, always a force to be reckoned with on these super speedways, will come from 24th in the number 44 machine. Meanwhile, Ronald Hall in that number 8, a number very familiar to Daytona, will come from 25th. James Danforth in the double 8, the 88, will be starting 26th tonight. Mason Wilson will come from 27th in that 7 machine, while Brian Brobst in that progressive number 11 looks to progress through the field. He's going to be starting 28th. Brandon Ayers in the Grizzly machine starts 29th, with Troy Nissen starting 30th in that 19 machine.
Starting 31st is going to be the 70 of Nicholas Moffitt. And 32nd is going to be the 06 of Justin Lacayo. 33rd is going to be Joshua Osborne, and 34th is going to be Trevor Parcell. 35th is going to be Aaron Smith tonight in that 67 ride, and starting 36 is going to be Evan Janik. Starting in the last row tonight is going to be Dylan Potts in his 12 car and Alex Pollack in the 92.
It's a full field, 38 drivers starting tonight. It's a big one, and every single one of those drivers, folks, has a chance to win this race, and we are not exaggerating when we say that. I want to go ahead and take a second to pull in Aaron Smith. Going to be starting a little bit further back. He's a pro at these super speedway races. We'll see what he's got to say. Aaron Smith, this is Sean, Johnny, and Ellis up in the Slingshot TV booth. You got a copy, driver.
Yeah, I've got you.
Not 70 tonight, but driver number 67. What's it going to take to get it done tonight here? Coming a little bit further back than we're used to seeing you.
Yeah, to get up to the front, you're going to have a lot of trust in your fellow drivers, especially the ones around you. And I recognize a few of the names around me here, but I don't know them all. So I'm going to have to build that trust as the race goes on and see if I can get to the front and keep it there.
All right, man. We'll be looking forward to seeing that banana machine move up through the field. Good luck out there.
10-4, thank you.
Yes, sir. Shawnee mentioned something you and I kind of talked about just briefly, but you don't know everyone you're racing with. This isn't a typical league race. It's 3 different leagues kind of merging together for one big race. How complex does that make your job as a driver out there on top of everything else?
Definitely makes it a little bit harder. Some of these guys are going to be a little unpredictable to you, and you're not going to be too willing to maybe to work with them at first, and you have to learn your competition as you go along. It's a long race. By the end of it, these guys will all be friends, I'm sure.
Hey, and I believe Caden Cargiulo, the pole sitter, not starting the race right now. But we are about to start the race. It's going to be provisionally the number 5, Robert Brobst and Jeremy Dahl. Pace cars moved out of the way. We're underway in the FOL Daytona 500. Dahl with a big start ahead of Brobst. The battle is on for second, just a little bit further through the field. Drivers 2 by 2 by 2 as far as the eye can see. Dahl with a big lead as the rest of the field heads down into turn number 1 and climbs the banking.
Dahl jumped the restart there, and he's going to be, he's going to be issued a black flag. Just a little too quick on the throttle there for Jeremy Dahl, and we're seeing him now pulling down to serve that penalty.
Oh, a little bit of a race killer here, but it's still a long way to go. A lot of time to get that lap back, get that track position back. What Jeremy needs right now is a quick caution to keep him up there in that draft.
And right now, it couldn't have happened. You say it's really a bad time to happen, but almost it couldn't have happened at a better time because he's going to have an opportunity to get his lap back potentially. There's a lucky dog. All's going to be good for Jeremy Dahl if he minds his P's and Q's and B's is patient. That's the name of the game right now. And right now, seeing a lot of drivers exercise patience on lap number 2. That's Michael Boyles in that 05 black and blue machine. He's running up front with a big bumper full of Trevor McCoy. Drivers working together out of the gate. Those first 2 drivers locked up. And Sean, it seems like you can have 3 cars locked up nose to tail, no problem. Is that a good thing or a bad thing here at Daytona?
Well, it's a good thing if you know the car in front and car behind, but it's not so good if you don't know either of them. It's going to keep these guys confidence levels up, and then we're going to see some big pushes and some big runs because of it.
Big pushes already. That outside line is one of the lines that I'm certainly watching. Robert Brobst, you can see just at the back of the frame there, he's lost a little bit of the lead right now. That outside line struggling just a bit. Brobst gets down at the bottom, Sean, to try to get with the line that seems to have the most energy here on lap 3.
Got to be a little bit patient there, and there he is showing it. Just getting in line, following the 79 car. Wasn't feeling too comfortable up there, losing track position, trying to get a push from behind. Just wasn't worth it this early in the race.
Not worth it. Cars wiggling back and forth a little bit. A lot of speed right now as these drivers go down the front straightaway. They're going to easily be upwards of 200 miles an hour when they get down into turn number 1. Every inch matters here as these drivers make one mistake, one wrong move, and the field could erupt into chaos. Right now, top 6 drivers, single file, top 7 drivers, I should say, including the leader, Michael Boyles, but right in the back, right behind Robert Bropes. I'm looking at these cars. I believe it is the 96, maybe in the 34, who are side by side. Dylan Butler along with James Williams. It's the first kind of 2x2 battle we see right now. A big stack up on the inside, it looks like, as that outside line gets a lot of momentum going. Oh no! Yeah. Big collision! One driver comes across the nose of another. Will they be able to keep it from being a big collision? The answer right now appears to be yes. We continue. Green flag racing, another car spun. That's Steve Vest down the front straightaway into the inside wall right in front of pit road. No yellow flag yet. But I believe that was Steve Vest who careened across the front of another car in that number 60 machine.
Man, that was a little bit of a tough deal there. Steve was just a victim of everybody trying to get their stuff together after that little bit of the first incident that we had off of 4. But it's not over yet for these guys. You know, another quick caution comes out here in a couple laps. They'll be able to come down pit road, get it fixed. It's a long way to go, and we will have plenty of opportunity to get time back later in this race.
Johnny, I might have a side-by-side if we want to try to pull up and see what happened to Steve Vest there. All right, so we'll take a look here. You can see Steve right in the middle in that red, white, and blue machine. You've got the car on the inside, and then just no room to come back down the track. Gets that damage on the front end, unfortunately. That's going to put him back in harm's way of going a lap down, but going to live to fight another day, very likely.
I think everybody on iRacing has hit that wall there at the end of pit road. It's the closest wall to the track here at Daytona. So I don't think he's gonna be the last car we see tap that inside wall there tonight.
I think you are absolutely right. Lots of folks chiming in the chat right now. We got Ryan Munn in here. Welcome back, Ryan. John Rapp. ZT45 kid saying hopes the 33 Rex. I'm not sure if he's giving him a hard time or maybe on-track rivals at some point on the iRacing service. But a lot of you chiming in for your favorite driver. Let us know who you're rooting for in the chat. Show your driver support, whether they're running out front right now or whether they're maybe a little bit further in the back. And I do want to check in a little bit further in the back. Mason Wilson running currently, I believe, in the what's that highlighted on the screen? A little bit further back outside the top 20 right now, and 21st leading the way. Clearly maybe a strategy playing out, Sean, for these drivers tucked up single file 20 positions back.
Definitely is a strategy we've seen time and time again here at these plate races is the second pack. You know, there's the guys that are dead set on going back 4 or 5 seconds and just relaxing for the first half of this race, and it does work. But the keys to the second pack is you can't lose touch with the first one. If you're starting to lose time to that first one, it's easy to panic. It's easy to start getting agitated. And some of these guys in this second pack that weren't trying to be in a second pack, they're already agitated. They're pulling their hair out. They want to get to the front. And it's just a little bit of a battle of the ideologies, kind of trying to see, you know, there are guys that want to hide out towards the back and hang out. And there are those guys in this pack that just want to get back up towards the front. So it's always something to keep an eye on, and it's always going to be interesting to see how they take care of each other back here away from the lead.
And the drivers, the lead pulls up here on the lap car of Jeremy Dahl. He was out front just 8 laps ago when this race went green for the first time. Got a little trigger happy, jumped the start, and unfortunately he's going to go a lap down. But his race certainly not over, Sean. 200 laps to run tonight, 190 plus left in this race. Folks, we mentioned it is a long race. We got some giveaways coming your way later on. But right now, drivers kind of single file out front, and I'm curious if we can take maybe a bit of a ride on board, maybe riding on board with Michael Boyles in that 05 machine, Johnny, and kind of see exactly what he sees out of his front windshield when it comes to whether you can draft here from third on back.
He's riding on board here with the 05 car, leaving a nice little gap to Scott in front of him. She's got the 35 car tucked up behind him. No panic here right now. You're in a good position. You're in front. You only got 2 cars in front of you. The wreck is bound to happen behind you at this point if you are the 05 car. So he's in a nice little spot. I don't expect him to make any kind of bold moves or make some kind of last lap pass trying to get to the front. But he knows that he's in this advantage right now, just being up here towards the front of the pack. All the chaos and all that mess is behind him.
The chaos and mess is behind him. Right now, everyone really playing well with each other. Sean, I'm a little surprised. Of course, as we ride on board with that 05, I didn't expect a total crash fest, but we've made it, knock on wood, 10 laps into this Daytona 500, 190 more left to go, and drivers kind of settling in nicely, maybe getting our message that this is a long race indeed. Drivers just settling in right now. Top 5 as they run, Dylan Butler in the 96. Scott Drost, we've used to seeing him in SRL. He's come on fast. He's racing currently up from 8th. He's in the 2nd position. Michael Boyles, who we were riding on board earlier, is in the 3rd position. Trevor McCoy in that 35 machine is 4th. And RJ Murphy is 5th in that number 4. Right now, I got some folks letting us know who they're rooting for in the chat. Valentin Chavez rooting on Butler, that number 96 in the chat. We got Connor Lyons rooting for Aaron Smith, and Aiden Drost rooting on number 2, Scott Drost, Daddy Drost. Aiden is rooting on his dad in this race. I know he's making him proud right now.
Definitely running P2 in the Daytona 500, no matter the lap, is always something to be proud of.
I don't think I've ever run one of these Daytona 500 races, but just thinking about calling this race, I was trying to mentally prepare myself for, we've got to call 200 laps of action here. I can't imagine being in the car for 200 laps. Getting notes together and stuff is challenging enough, but making split moment decisions for 200 laps in a row, that's no easy task. And right now, drivers doing a stellar job of that. Sean, I got a fun fact for you. You might know this. Are you familiar with Bumpergate? 1982, Bobby Allison. Are you familiar with what happened there?
Definitely, that rear bumper. Oh, yeah.
So for the fans watching at home, that rear bumper, did it last the entire race for Bobby Allison?
No, it did not. They had to rivet it back onto the car, and they made it intentionally loose. So early on in the race, he tapped his brakes. Cale Yarborough got in the back of him, and that bumper went flying. And suddenly, that DieGuard 88 was much faster than it was before.
Unfortunately, these drivers, I don't think can. They could intentionally get damaged, but I don't think it's going to help them in any way tonight if they do have it. Right now, coming up on another lap car, I believe that's the 40. The cars are working around on the inside as we ride on board one of these cars. Look at the big run, Sean, that I believe we were riding on board currently with Joshua Osborne, a little bit further back in the 12th position. But boy, that showed you just how quickly these cars can get a run on the car up in front of them.
Oh, it happens almost instantaneous, like a light switch. One moment you're falling back, you're out of the gas, and the next moment you're catching right back up to that back bumper. It happens so quick here, and it's gotten quicker and quicker over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. These cars have gotten faster and faster, and these next-gen cars can get pretty racy on these super speedway drafting tracks. And I think right now, as maybe uncommon and as fast as this seems, I think we haven't seen anything when it comes to just how chaotic and how wild these drivers are going to get as the laps click away. Right now, your top 5, Butler, Drost, Boyles, McCoy, with Murphy in 5th. Here on lap number 15 of the FOL Daytona 500. For you folks watching at home, this is a clash, essentially, between 3 different leagues. Slingshot Racing League, Road and Plate Series, as well as the Front Runners Racing League. So not only is there individual drivers' bragging rights online, but there's also kind of an element of league pride built into this, with every league kind of sending their own crop of drivers over to race and potentially bring home the trophy for that league. Does that kind of change your mentality racing a little bit out there, Sean?
Well, it adds a little bit extra competitiveness to it. If you're going to push somebody to win, you want to make sure it's somebody from your league, somebody you're going to have to deal with next week. You don't want to cost any of those guys a good chance to win this race or a good chance at a good run. And you're definitely going to be wanting to work with them outside of people who you might want to consider an outsider.
Yeah, right now, one car, I believe that might be RJ Murphy, super slow on the outside. Not sure if he got, wiggled a little bit and got up the track, but drivers looking to move their way around. Brian Bropes maybe think, one car sideways. He goes back up on top of the track. Will we get through this without a massive pileup? The answer appears to be no. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cars piling up on the exit of turn number 4. And there's the first big one of the night, and it comes on lap number 16. And boy, the good news, Sean, these drivers do have one quick repair that we're going to be keeping track of. So if they were in it, it'll be okay. Let's find out what happened. Walk us through this one.
So it looks like the 69 car just fighting to get down to the bottom. Came across that nose of that 33 of Jeremy Dahl. Been a rough start of the race for Jeremy Dahl after that black flag. Was just hanging out there in the pack, and next thing you know, that 69 car is coming down the track in front of him. Kind of just glances off the side of him into the outside wall, and then the wreck happens behind him and through the smoke. You see it right there. Half a dozen cars getting into each other, collecting even more. A big, big wreck, and sadly, it even included some of those guys who needed a caution. They got that caution, but they just weren't able to get through it.
Fortunately, they got the caution that they needed, but it wasn't the one that they necessarily wanted. Looking through, we're going to try to find all the cars that maybe got involved in that. Definitely Adam Boyles, Charles Broderick, Steve Vest was a casualty early. Ronald Hall, Jeremy Dahl might have been involved in that one as well. But the good news for these drivers we mentioned was that they've got a quick repair. They come down, they get that damage repaired instantly. No harm, no foul. Now, the only harm is that they don't have that quick repair for later on in the race, and I have a feeling some drivers are definitely going to want that. Now, Sean, we're on lap 17. We suspect the fuel window is somewhere around lap 40, and I think I just got my question answered. Are we going to see any drivers come down pit road? And the answer is absolutely yes. Dylan Butler, the leader, is going to lead that pack down pit road, and I imagine the big concern here is definitely fuel. One car, Dylan, I believe that was Dylan Butler, slid through his pit stall, Sean. We talked about pit mistakes early, and there's one that's going to cost him some track position, very likely.
Yeah, every caution that we get before that very last stop with about 40, 30 laps to go, every caution we get, we're going to have a full pit road because you never know when it's going to go green for a long time, and you want as much fuel as you can in that car every single time it goes green after a restart.
Hey, well, speaking of going green, do you want to do some trivia right now?
I'm always up for some trivia. You know that, Ellis.
You want to run this show, or you want me to choose the question?
Oh, you can have that.
Okay. let's throw some trivia up on the board, and you're going to check me if this is wrong, but I'm pretty sure this one is right. Folks, let us know what you think the correct answer to this trivia question is in the chat. It's up on the screen right now. In the inaugural 1959 Daytona 500, how many days did it take for Lee Petty to be officially declared the winner? Your options are a day, 3 days, or 5 days. How many days did it take for Lee Petty to be declared the winner? Let us know what you think that answer is in the chat. Of course, we're going to be choosing one lucky winner of a giveaway just a little bit from now, at right around 100 miles or so, right around that pit window of 40 laps. So let us know what you think the correct answer to this chat or this trivia question is. Sean, I'm sure you already know it.
Oh, man, the 59 Daytona 500 is one of the greatest races in the history of NASCAR. It ended up being the Daytona, 4 or 5 days afterwards because of all the mess that happened with that. Good old Johnny Beauchamp was declared the winner, and photographic evidence deemed it otherwise, and it was taken away from him after a number of days, which is the trivia question. So maybe some of these guys has that right answer.
Yeah, we got some answers coming in right now. It does look like we're not going to say if they're correct or not. We'll let plenty of other fans get their guesses into the chat. And Sean, I know you've been asking for this. I believe we have a. I'm going to see if I can get this leaderboard set up. I thought we had a leaderboard working. We're going to see if we can't get that working a little bit later on. But we're trying to keep track of how many of you are getting your comments into the chat and whether you're getting those trivia questions correct. We'll reveal the answer. Oh, is the answer already gone?
I don't think it would popped up, no.
Okay. Let's see. We'll launch it again. We'll let a couple more people get the guesses in. We've already had some come in. Sean, does your mentality change after that first caution? We've gotten almost 20 laps in. Are you settled in, or has the mentality changed after 20 laps for the guys strapped in behind those steering wheels?
Well, if you weren't involved in the wreck, it's kind of a little bit of an omen to remind you of what can happen. We're going to see maybe a little bit of extra patience here at the start of the green flag. But if you were involved in that wreck, you might be a little hot under that collar trying to get back what you might have lost there in that whole deal. So we're going to see almost a conflict of interest here when you're going to have people trying to hang out and not wreck the car, and then some guys trying to get back what they might have just lost and go for the broke here to try to get back to the front.
Well, hopefully we're not going to have to wait this many days for a driver to be declared the winner later on tonight. But the answer to that question was 3 days. 3 days. It took them 3 days to declare Lee Petty the winner. So right now we're going to see if we can get a little bit closer to figuring out who's going to be the winner tonight in this FOL Daytona 500. Not going to have to wait long to see the next spate of green flag action. That pit car, the pace car peels down pit road. It's going to be on Michael Boyles in that 05. He's the leader at the restart. The control car, he gets that inside line going pretty quickly. One car up top on the outside line, struggling just a little bit. It was the third place car, James Zing. He's got Aaron Smith, who ducks to the inside right behind him. But those first two cars off to a lightning start. Sean, is that good news or bad news for those guys?
It's a little bit of both. You're able to get away from the pack, but that pack's going to be coming back very strong within here in a couple seconds. As you see, third and fourth place, it's Aaron Smith sitting there in fourth place, going up to the top to make a move. And here comes the downside of getting that big of a gap at the start of this race, as now we have a big race for the lead going down to turn 3.
The race for the lead ensues. The cars climb that 31-degree banking in turns 3 and 4. Aaron Smith, who gained a ton of time on that last pit stop. I believe he might have stayed. It did stay out, but he's up to second place. That number 67 out of nowhere is in the challenging position for the lead, inches away from the back bumper of that 05 of Michael Boyles. Meanwhile, that outside line, you can see him coming into the frame there. I believe that is led by Nathan Gentry in that number 1 machine on the outside, getting a helping hand from Brian Bropes and brother Robert Bropes. And look at that outside lane, Sean. They are moving with a head of steam. How does that work for the fan watching at home who might not understand the draft or how bump drafting works? What's happening there to get that outside line moved up like it just did?
Well, as the bottom line gets up to speed, those guys further back in the line are starting to lift and check up, and the top line just doesn't have to do that for a couple more laps as they pop up there and are able to stay in the throttle and keep up that momentum. And next thing you know, they're up towards the top 5 and racing for the lead. But it's all a game of back and forth, though. Some laps the top line's going to move faster, and some laps the bottom line's going to move faster. And so it's like a big back and forth game going, one line to the next.
Well, speaking of back and forth, we talked about Caden Gargiulo being the pole sitter. He's just in the chat right now saying internet worked fine all week, but it just went, crazy at the start of this race, of course. And unfortunately, internet connection issue caused him that start from the pole in this race, unfortunately. So we hate to see that, Caden. Hopefully we'll see you in future events or maybe out here later. You never know what might happen. But right now, challenge for the lead. Nathan Gentry, with a helping hand from Brian Bropes, pulls that outside line right by. And is Nathan Gentry going to leave the partner that he danced with all the way up to the front? The answer is yes. And boy, I'm feeling the sting for Brian Bropes right now, Sean.
Yeah, that might be a good thing for Brian, though, because now he's got his brother tucked in behind him, and they can work together to get that lead back away from the 1 car. I'm pretty sure Brian might want to be the leader instead of pushing the 1-2 the lead, and now he has a clean air hitting that front nose. He's able to cool that engine down and get some momentum for himself.
Got that momentum rolling right now. We got some more chats rolling in. Roadkill, we talked about him. See you, Christopher Smith, my normal teammate in the booth, watching from the stands tonight. Glad to see you there. And also Michael Barrier in the chat as well. How's it going, Michael? Oh boy, some movement back further in the field. We got a 3-wide battle, one car off the wall. That's all the way back, I believe, in the 18th or 19th position. You can see him driving by right now. One car climbed the banking majorly. I'm not sure if that was Randy Gross in that number 31 or Peter Stewart in the 91. But boy, that was a tense moment as we went 3 wide.
Yeah, just a little bit of a stack up further on in the pack. You know, the momentum is so strong for these guys with that big open air pocket in front of them. And as these cars get up to speed and full speed like they are now, you're going to have to make some big checkups as Michael Broyles in that 05 car jumps in front of Brian Brobst, trying to take the lead for himself, going down to turn 1, back away from Nathan Gentry.
Nathan Gentry continues to sling it down to the inside, but he's got that 05 and the number 69 of Joshua Osborne for the first time up into the top 2. Osborne just pushing mercilessly that 05, who gets out of the way. And now those are the front 2 cars. Brian Brobst right up to the back of the bumper of the 69. Big stack up on the outside. You can see it on board. My goodness, with the number 1 of Nathan Gentry. That was a close call indeed. And folks, that shows you how quickly things can change here in Daytona. In the blink of an eye, we almost had a major pileup at the front of the field.
Joshua Osborne 10 laps ago was the car involved in that wreck to kick it all off. Bounced off the 33, bounced off the outside wall, and here he is already back up to the front into that lead position. It doesn't take much but some tenacity to get yourself through that pack.
Tenacity indeed. Looking at some of the biggest movers, him and Aaron Smith. 32 positions up for Joshua Osborne, 30 positions up for Aaron Smith. Meanwhile, Brian Brobst has moved up 24 positions. So that shows you it can be done. And drivers right now, probably just trying to make it to the halfway mark. We're on lap number 26 of 200. And there will be a point in time where we do have maybe green flag pit stops, which could thin the field out just a little bit for a little while. But right now, they're still on top of each other. And what I'm seeing right now, Sean, is that every driver is really giving each other about half a car length, or in some cases a full car length. And you can see as we ride on board with Robert Brobst, he's giving a little bit of space to that 11 of Brian Brobst in front of him.
Yeah, one thing I don't like, though, is the wiggling. These guys are wiggling around a lot in both lanes and almost causing some door-to-door contact, and that's making me nervous, that knowing that if that contact goes a little too hard or a little too wrong, we're going to have another big wreck on our hands.
Another big wreck indeed could be brewing. I want to check in right now with the number 92, the 14th position. Alex Pollock, a little bit further on back. He's a red and yellow car up at the top line there. You can see his heart rate. We're carrying a live heart rate. He is wearing that for us right now, up to 97 beats per minute. Things are getting a little bit tense inside that number 92 machine. He is right in the middle of the field. Sean, we talked about it. Do you want to be up front or be at the back? We didn't mention the middle because, in my opinion, that's where you don't want to be. And right now, Pollock is right there.
And sometimes you just have no choice. You go to the front, you're in another little bit of a mess. You go to the back, you're in a bigger mess. And sometimes it's only comfortable in the middle. Being in one of these plate races at Daytona, you're just going up and down, back to the front, all race long. And sometimes you're in the right place, and sometimes you're just in the wrong place. And right now, Alex, he might think he's in the wrong place, but that heart rate and that stress monitor is telling us differently.
Yeah, I'm really impressed right now. Keeping it fairly calm. We measure the variable heart rate, how often it switches, and kind of the variations in heart rate. And right now, he's staying fairly calm in that 92. Right now, he's 3 wide. They got the 06 in front of him. Also slowing down, maybe off the wall, stacking up the field just a little bit. And boy, things are thickening up here quickly like gravy on Thanksgiving Day. 3 wide, 3 rows deep.
Yeah, what caused all this was the 33 of Jeremy Dahl. He got lapped and caught by this big pack, and he went to the middle. He didn't go to the top. He didn't stick to the bottom. He went right to the middle. The top line had to go to the wall, and the bottom line had to stay on the yellow. And some of those guys in the middle of the pack just got a little too scrambled up because of it, and it almost caused a real big incident.
Almost caused a massive incident, but Dahl and the rest of the field does a great job of getting things settled down right now. Lap number 29 of 200. This Daytona 500 is moving fairly quickly at a pretty rapid clip. No caution so far. Now, knock on wood. One caution, I should say.
We had a big caution,
but
yeah.
Other than that, yeah, we had the 12 car. plus pileup. But other than that, it's been a fairly tame race. Drivers doing a good job, giving each other plenty of room right now. And we're on lap number 29. Osborne is up front in that number 69 machine. He's been fairly unchallenged for the past couple of laps. Brian Brobst in that number 11 machine continues to impress. Both of those cars up nearly 30 positions from their starting spot earlier, and I think they've probably got the best seat in the house right now. Robert Brobst, and one thing let's talk about that number 5 machine. You can see that orange and blue paint scheme. Running third position right now. Sean, I'm not sure if you've raced with Robert before. He's fast, but he is not shy of using that front bumper at these plate tracks, and I think that can be a double-edged sword sometimes. Right now, it seems to have served him pretty well as he stayed up at the front. He's been able to push his brother even further.
Yeah, working with his brother has got to be an advantage. It's somebody he can trust, it's somebody he can communicate with, and it's somebody he can be mad at. That is your family. And so working with somebody like that, it's a lot easier for Robert Brobst to predict what his brother's going to do and work together with somebody like that than it is a random car in the pack. So he definitely has an advantage right now, having blood thicker than water to work with him tonight.
Family definitely also makes it interesting. It can be an interesting dynamic if things don't go well with the family. So for just for that family, I hope things go well tonight. Both of those cars end up front. Big push from Robert to Brian there, right to the back of Joshua Osborne, the 69. That's the lead. A little bit further back, Nathan Gentry. Chris Smith in the chat says, all aboard the Nathan Gentry train. And right now, you got a lot of drivers on that train following him right behind. It's number 67 of Aaron Smith in that number 67 yellow machine. You can see it right there, riding on board Nathan Gentry, looking out the back of that rear deck lid. And that is not a view that I would like to see. I would like to see Aaron in my rearview mirror, to be honest. That's good for a variety of reasons. He's trustworthy, but also he's fast, so I like it when he's behind as well. But 2x2 all the way back, really from 7th on back right now.
When we talked to Aaron before the start of this race, and he said he was going to take his time and eventually get to the front, we didn't second guess.
Scott Dross, big moment. Alex Pollock involved in it as well as the number 8. Pollock, can he keep it off the inside wall? He does. And that heart rate monitor goes through the roof, upwards of 100 beats per minute. Several cars involved. The number 2, I believe, of Scott Dross is where it started. There's Peter Stewart in that number 91. Sean, there is the big one, number 2, collecting several casualties here on lap number 33.
At number 2 of the night, watching the replay of it now, could have been a whole lot worse. Looks like contact between the 31 and the 2. We kind of alluded to it, Ellis, is the wiggles that are going on throughout this whole pack, and I just think that was just a product of that. A 2 car just moving up half a lane. The 31 car's nose was already there. 2 car bounced off that nose and down into Alex Pollock. Took out another 4 or 5 cars that were in the back of the pack just checking up for the wreck. There's always the wreck up front and the wreck getting through it. And it was big one, number 2 of the night. Done and dusted, Ellis.
Done and dusted indeed. And we might have had a rollover potentially, try to see if we had someone end up on their roof. I'm not sure if I see it right now from this view, but
Alex definitely got some air over that curb for the Rolex track on the outside there. But great job by him keeping that car off the inside wall. That's a good-looking car, and he kept it all in one piece, and it's still pretty good-looking. And of all the cars involved in that wreck, he's probably in the best shape, as they all ran into turn 3 and got into each other. He just went for a ride.
Yeah, that heart rate monitor's still ticking, and look, it's gotten a little lower there. Switching back and forth, 77, 90, anywhere in between there. And yeah, you can see it could have been a lot worse, Sean. I think we're going to have a lot of drivers that were involved in that. They're going to be able to walk away without much issue. Of course, they've got that quick repair. We're tracking which drivers have already used it. Of course, Joshua Osborne, you mentioned, he had already used his, currently running up at the front. I'm wondering if we're going to see any drivers come down here and top off those tanks. They've spent, about 16 laps, the same as they did the first run. So, yeah, I think we're going to see most cars come down. Joshua Osborne going to be staying out. But, yeah, Brian Brobst leads that cadre down pit road. And at least 15 or 20 cars are going to follow as they pull into those pit stalls. And, Sean, there's nothing you can really do to control the speed of your pit crew, but you can make sure you don't slide over that line and you don't get too close to that left-hand wall to try to get the best stop as possible. And right now, several drivers looking like they have completed their service and are working their way off of pit road at this moment. It's like Aaron Smith, Robert Brobst. think Smith got him at the line, but the Brobst brothers, the Brobst boys, are going to be second and third off of pit road. So with that being said, I'm wondering if we might not be able to check in with one of these drivers in the field. I wonder what, wonder who might be a good call here. Let's check in with Jacob Phillips. Let's see what he's got to say.
I think he was involved in that wreck too.
Yeah, well, you know what? Let's hold off on that then. We'll give him a second to calm down.
How about Robert? Because Robert's
I was about to say, we'll
running.
bring in Robert here. Sean, you want to take this one?
Yeah, I can holler at him.
All right.
Robert Bros, Sean Signori up in the booth. You got a copy, buddy?
Yes, sir.
So we see you up front. We see you working with your brother in that 11 car. What is the plan? Are you? Oh, your cousin. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yeah,
we're glad we got that corrected early in the night.
Wait, you guys aren't married?
It's all good.
But
they're not from Alabama.
Yeah. So
we are,
but
for individual women.
Yeah, right. What's the plan
survive
for
for now, man? Survive. Try to get gas.
Are you going to be working?
I'm willing to work with anybody. I'm willing to work with anybody that's going to, do a good job out here on track. He does a good job on a drafting track usually, so I'll work with him. I'll work with most anybody, as long as I feel confident they're not going to wreck me.
So we've had a couple big wrecks already. What are you thinking about that? What is in the back of your mind after seeing them junk it up a couple times?
What I got in mind is that, we had a faster pair to start the night. The more wrecks you got, the more people have to pit and get repairs and burn those faster pairs off. The more cautious they get later in the race because they don't have that anymore. And the potential this thing could go green because people are going to have to become more cautious as we go.
Most definitely. I think Ellis might have had a question for you.
I was just going to say, how's the energy like there on the track right now? Does it feel like it's a good energy, or is it kind of tense out there?
It's very nervous and tense because we're blending 3 leagues together and not a lot of people know each other. And there's a couple people that are a lot more aggressive than you expect them to be. Just because you don't know people, you don't know what they're going to do.
Hey, man, we'll be looking to see if that escalates or de-escalates over the course of the next 164 laps. Good luck out there. Get a drink of water before we get going green, buddy.
I got me a Mountain Dew.
Hey, just as good. You'll need the caffeine. Good luck.
Just a quick note about that pit stop cycle there was that Joshua Osborne stayed out at first. That he thought better of it. Came back down the second time down pit road. Lost all his track position. Still a long way to go. It's not the end of the world. But everybody in the front of the pack is on the same cycle.
I definitely like that call to come down and top off just in case. We got some more chats coming in. Janik and Pollock for the win, says Dustin Lewis. We're used to seeing Dustin race on Thursday nights in NSRLA. We got Arlene Baynard rooting on the Brobst cousins. All right, rooting on Robert and Brian in the chat. Scott,
it's good to know they're
Sobzak in the chat. Yeah, right now we've been corrected early, so getting it out of the way. Right now, one of those cousins going to be starting on the outside here next to the control car, Aaron Smith, in that number 67. Let's go ahead and get this thing fired back up at the line. Smith brings him back. Green flag racing here in Daytona. We're back underway in the FOL Daytona 500. Several cars rushing to get down to the inside line here as we are back underway, headed down into turn 1. Smith leads the way, but the Brobst boys, they're second and third with the number 70 or 05 of Michael Boyles back up into 4th. Top 5 single file now, but the energy, the battle's on for 7th.
Well, the 5 car and the 11 have definitely raced with Aaron Smith in the past, so I don't expect them to be in too big of a rush to get around him. They know each other. He knows Aaron's a good driver. Aaron knows he's a good driver. I expect these top 3 to stick to working together until they get challenged by that second line here in a couple laps.
Yeah, I like that call. Just keep it calm right now. Continue to learn your way around each other. We talked to several drivers, and they mentioned the same thing. Not everyone knows everybody out here. All these drivers typically used to racing in 3 separate leagues. They know the drivers in their leagues, but the wild card, the unknown, the variables are those drivers from other leagues, which adds a whole new level of strategy. A little bit further back, I'm watching one car charge through the field. That's the 16 of Brandon Ayers. Currently, I believe Brandon's running back in the 27th position, or I should say the 22nd position. That number 16 is been shot out of a cannon. Several spots gained here, but the front of the pack continues to be single file, nose to tail. You can see Aaron Smith there dragging Robert Bropes along with him. Right now, things are fairly tame, though.
That 16 is an easy one to root for with that Greg Biffle tribute on top of the car right there. And going to see a lot of those in the real Daytona 500 next week with RFK running the Biffle fonts on all their cars and the Colleague Racing 16 running it. And going to be a little somber the first race back after the Biffle deal. And but that 16 car, he's one to root for tonight just because of that number on the side.
Yeah, definitely cool to see all those tributes out there pouring in for to honor Greg Biffle. Single file right now, and drivers have kind of settled it out just a little bit. Fuel not an issue at this point. Drivers just came down and topped off, so we'll continue to keep an eye on that pit cycle. Right around 40 laps if we were to go green. So far, we haven't had that long of a stretch yet. Drivers, 2 cautions tonight, 2 major crashes, but all drivers back on track having used their fast repairs if they needed it. Currently, Aaron Smith is the leader. You know, and I'm kind of curious, or I'm a little surprised, I should say, Sean, that we've seen Aaron Smith up at the front this soon. I kind of expected him, before we talked to him, to, be one of those guys who was just willing to kind of, fly under the radar further back in the pack much of the evening until really the pay window opened. But he kind of flip-flopped things, and he's running up front. Is that the safest position to be right now?
Most definitely. The front is always the safest place to be, especially with 2 guys behind you that you know. And that's a big part of it for Aaron Smith. He's sitting right there at the front. He has Robert behind him. He doesn't have to worry about Robert. And I'm sure Aaron wouldn't be there if he had to worry about that car sitting behind him, making a move, putting him in a bad position. So when we've seen both of those wrecks that have kicked off right outside the top 10, in that 12th, 11th, 13th position. And that tends to be the danger zone from 12th to about 20th. So I'm not too surprised that Aaron Smith found his way up front. I'd rather be in P1 or P2 than back here with these guys running 2-3 wide all over the place as we see it right now on the screen.
Yep, we are watching right now lap number 41. And that outside line, Sean, here they come. Alex Pollock's in there, a couple other cars, I believe. That is the number 10 car that is leading the way. That is the 10 car leading the way. I believe that is Zangi.
I believe so as well. That's going to be James Zangi in the 10 car getting a push from Dylan Butler. Last time around, they were 10th and 11th, and here they are, 1st and 2nd going down to turn 1. That's how big that momentum gets at the top line once that bottoms has to start checking up. And going into turn 3 last time, there was a big checkup on the bottom, and this top line just came flying around them all. And here they are, making their way up to the front with James on the bottom.
Oh boy.
Here comes Dylan Butler side by side for the lead out front. Tries to throw a block up top. Dylan goes for the over-under and pulls in front of Aaron Smith on the bottom. I think I'd rather be up top right now.
Yeah, Evan Janik right behind the number 10 of James Zangi. He's got Alex Pollock behind them. Janik and Pollock, I know, are familiar with each other, but I don't think they're familiar with that number 10. You can kind of see Janik laying off the back bumper, that black and blue machine, that 71, laying off the back of that blue number 10 just a little bit. I should say, not anymore. He's getting a little bit more comfortable, willing to push that 10 as that 10 is up to the top of the number 5 of Robert Bropes. That is a battle for the 4th position right now, and that outside line just trying to get back that momentum they had just about a lap ago. Janik lets it breathe just a little bit, going to try to get another run on that 10, see if he can't give him a push to get him back up to that front row.
The new leader on that bottom line is going to have some new life into it now that Aaron Smith is able to give the push and not Robert behind him. And Robert can take a couple laps and cool his motor down as here comes Evan Janik making that move 3 wide, and right behind him the 92 of Alex Pollock already back up into the top 10 after being spinning down the back straightaway. What was it, Ellis, 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, right at 5 minutes ago that Pollock was the reason for the caution. Head on into the inside wall, and we're back in business That's the beauty of the quick repair that all drivers had one of tonight. So currently, re-racking things up front here on lap number 44. It's Dylan Butler in that number 96 being pushed by Aaron Smith. That outside line, which continues to develop. The black and blue 71, that's Evan Janik being pushed by the red and yellow machine of Alex Pollock, that 92. That seems to be where the energy is right now. They've got James Zengi not far behind. That inside line, a little bit disjointed right now, Sean. At least a car length and a half between each one of those cars on the inside. How important is it to get organized down there?
Very, very organized. That top line is going to be up there consistently from this point in the run forward. And to have that bottom line humming along and moving nicely, they need to be packed up even a little tighter than they are already. They're a little spread out at the moment. Robert got really loose last time off of turn 4. And that's another thing I think we're going to see throughout the runs of this race. As these tires get hot and as the lines get closer together in the packs, you're going to have people getting loose on that bottom.
They're working their way around Joshua Osborne right now. He came in for fuel right before we went green, and he's paying the price going a lap down here. Drivers just trying to work their way around the inside. Sets up a couple 3-wide battles on the track, not for position. Some of the, oh boy, almost there, Sean. We almost had catastrophe between Osborne and the 91. Peter Stewart there, almost an issue. Drivers get it sorted out, though, thank goodness. And yeah, Josh Osborne served a penalty. Yeah, served the penalty there.
Yeah, I wonder what the penalty was for. Maybe just speeding on pit road, something or the latter. Maybe pit road was closed for him as he stayed out the first time around. I'm pretty sure it's what happened. So pit road closes after your initial chance to pit. And if it is closed when you come down after it's been open, it will give you a stop-and-go penalty. It's usually an EOL if you pit before it opens, but if it's already been open and you come down on a closed pit road, it's definitely a pit under green type of penalty, which is, it's not a race killer because it's such a long race, but it's definitely put that 69 a little bit on the back burner. And it might be just a little bit of the inexperience sometimes of running on iRacing is, making pit stops when you can't make them.
Indeed. This is one of those races that you don't really get a lot of opportunities to practice for, folks. It's a full-length Daytona 500. I would imagine this will be maybe one and the only one that some of these drivers run in their careers on iRacing. That's a pretty grueling test, right? To go out there for 200 laps and do this. 200 laps at any track is difficult, but to be white-knuckling it like this, boy, oh boy, for 200 laps, that is quite a challenge.
A little side base, really, really tight right there between Brandon Ayers and the 69. So the 69 just got lapped by all these guys, and here he is trying to work his way back up to the front of the pack, not for position, but maybe to get his lap back if he's able to get a timely caution.
Getting it back potentially the hard way or being the lucky dog. That's why he's got to keep that track position. So he's trying to just maintain position on the outside. Easier said than done. I would imagine not a lot of drivers are willing to work with the lap car, which is why you're seeing him kind of hung out on the outside right now. Just looking through a couple other things I wanted to mention. One of the Red Bull car there.
Jackson Samuel there. And the Red Bull ride number 57.
Yeah, I was thinking that was another driver for just a moment. Oh, my goodness, right in front of that number 87. A big moment. One driver crossed over another, and we almost had another collision. Sean, I'm impressed here on lap 48. The job that these drivers have been doing of taking care of each other. Sure, there have been some aggressive moves up at the front, up in the middle of the field, but we've generally averted 90% of what we could have had at this point, a quarter of the way into this Daytona 500 as they run currently up front. It still is the number 96 of Dylan Butler, Aaron Smith in the number 67, Evan Janik in third. Meanwhile, Robert Ropes on the inside trying to change that with Brian Ropes in fifth, and sixth is Alex Pollock. So you're seeing a lot of the guys that have been running up front staying up front. Sean, are these drivers really just kind of desperate to cling on to that track position up front?
Well, definitely. We just talked a couple minutes ago about how important it is to stay up front, just to keep the car clean, to keep yourself out of the mess and out of these big wrecks. So yeah, they definitely want to hang on to that track position. They're going to be fighting tooth and nail on the bottom line, pushing as hard as they can to keep the top from really enveloping them. And it's going to be almost a battle in the middle of the race to keep your car up front and in contention for the win towards the end of it.
At number 71 and 92, working well together. Janik and Pollock enveloping the outside or the inside line right now. Janik kind of going to the middle there, trying to maybe consider dropping to the inside to drop in front of Dylan Butler, and that number 96 thinks better of it. Oh my goodness, Pollock and Janik went down together. It looked like it was choreographed for a moment, and then looked like it was not choreographed, as it looked like they almost made a little bit of contact between the front and rear bumpers, but they continue on, no problem. Scott Drost back up there after early trouble again. Sean, I've been impressed with the adversity that a lot of these drivers have been able to fight through. Scott Drost involved in one of those two earlier incidents, and he's back up to third place, challenging for the lead on the outside.
A great comeback drive out of this 2 car, and here we got the pack coming around another lap car here. Went from the bottom to the top right in front of them. That's going to really shake things up as these guys get a little out of shape trying to get in line. Contact there between the 69 and the 5 car of Robert Bropes. A great save out of the 5 car. And I got to say, I've been watching the 69 car, and he's lapped out at the moment. He's driving pretty aggressively through the pack, and almost had a couple incidents involving him alone in the last 4 or 5 laps. So he's going to be one to keep your eye on as he is trying to work his way back up into contention to try to get his lap back.
Yeah, one to get it back maybe the hard way. As they come up on another lap car. I believe that is the number 24 machine. The number 24, looking to see who that belongs to.
84 of Abraham.
84. Yeah,
Abraham
84.
Kalufa.
Oh, boy. Almost.
The 4 car again, yeah. The 4 car seems to be a little unsettled at the moment. I think he might be carrying some damage on that right front nose. I saw it there a couple laps ago when he made contact with the 69, and since then he's been acting really loose off these corners, and that's a deadly position to be in on the top line and loose.
Yeah, that number 19 of Troy Neeson, boy, that was a close call. I'm going to see if I can get the replay of that to see just how close it was. Let me pull that up in just a second, Johnny.
We talked about it before. These guys are moving around quite a bit in their own lanes, and the Wiggles will cause another incident today. We've already seen it cause one, and it's brewing right now up the front because these guys are racing hard.
Racing hard indeed. Johnny, I do have a side-by-side if we want to switch to see what happened there. You can see the purple car right here. Trying to highlight it right in the middle of the field. You'll see them going by the lap car here. And boy, that number 84 almost comes down into the number 19 of Troy Neeson. Both of those drivers do a great job of averting catastrophe there. But boy, we could have had another big collision up front, and we're spared from that. So both drivers live and fight another day here.
The 84 just got a little bit of wall glue going on there, and that will happen here at Daytona. He just kind of gets stuck on that wall, turned himself off of it, and just turned just a little bit down into that 19. Great job by both of those drivers not to make that a huge incident.
Definitely could have been a huge incident. Indeed. Hey, folks, in just a lap or so, we're going to be giving away a free pack of Panini NASCAR trading cards. All of you have commented so far. You've got your comments in. You're good to go. If you haven't gotten a comment in there, let us know who you're rooting for. In just about a lap, we're going to draw one of you to win that trading card pack giveaway. So make sure you get those comments in. And also, if you're watching and you haven't hit that subscribe button, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We do live racing broadcasts multiple times a week. And absolutely free of charge. It's great racing, great teams calling the races every night. Sean, I know you've been doing Wednesday nights for the Slingshot Racing League Grand National Series. You and Sal and Kobe have been doing an amazing job on that series, so keep it up.
It's a lot of fun. Yeah, appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. We've had some great drivers, most of them in this race here tonight, including Evan Janik running up front. He was in our race at Richmond here last Wednesday, and here he is leading the pack in that 71 car, knowing he's a fast driver and knowing his tenacity and what he has in his heart to get up there and take away these wins and run well. I knew we were going to see him at one point leading this race tonight.
Right now, leading the race, it's Evan Janik. pushed by Alex Pollock. And Sean, that heart rate monitor, Alex Pollock staying pretty steady right now. I'm curious what the stress level is. Pretty low. This is calm, cool, and collected. About as calm, cool, and collected as it gets right now as we ride on board with that number 92 machine. I like the spacing he's given that number 71 of Evan Janik in front of him. Right now, just kind of content to ride, keep Brian Brobst in that number 11 behind him, and not force the issue and control the race. How important is it to control the race, especially if two teammates up front can do that?
Well, it's pretty important because, like we said multiple times tonight, it keeps you out of the mess. You want to stay up front and not be in the position, towards the back of the pack where you're sliding into a wreck that's happening right in front of you. So being up front, keeping that nose clean, it's kind of goes hand in hand. But as we're talking about that, here comes that top line being led by Joshua Osborne, that lap car, trying to get his lap back. He's been very aggressive to put himself back up into the front of this pack after getting lapped about 10 laps ago. And here he is working his way to these leaders. It'd be interesting to see how these leaders react to somebody up front who's not racing them for position. Do they try to move up in front of him, or do they let him get up to the front and push him around, knowing that he's going to be one burning that hole in the air, using up more fuel?
Osborne, Drost, and Neeson, the top three cars on that outside line, continue to build momentum as they come off of turn 4 down the front straightaway through the tri-oval. And it's that black and blue number 69. We mentioned him, he's a lap down car, but he's led this race earlier on before a pit road penalty just about 15 laps ago. Currently, he's outside of the top 25, but fighting to get his lap back. And behind him, Scott Drost, also involved in an earlier crash, has fought back to be in the 4th position. They've lost a little bit of momentum. I believe the outside line lost a little bit of its organization. Right now, not a lot of organization anywhere on the track, top 10 or so. Everyone giving each other equal spacing. And Sean, we're probably roughly maybe 15 laps or less away from green flag pit stops. Does that change the way these drivers are racing? Are they starting to think about what a green flag pit stop might look like?
Most definitely. Well, they've been probably thinking about that since the drop of the green flag, as these cautions have kind of been intermittently. The last one was actually towards the end of the green flag run, about 10 laps before we were going to get a pit stop. So these guys have already been kind of prepared for it. And I'm sure this isn't the first time they've all done it either. I'm sure there might be a couple of them, but these guys are, fairly seasoned to the green flag pit stops of a longer plate race like this. And we might see a little bit of it being toned down because of that. They're messing with the fuel, they're taking the tires off, they're discussing it amongst themselves in their Discord channels. But towards the end of when we're trying to fight to get to that bottom, it's going to get all hairy again. As we got
several drivers making their way down.
Yeah. I think
one car through the grass. Adam Boyles, one of the leaders we saw earlier on, spinning through the grass on the entry to pit road, gets it gathered back up, but he might have a black flag on the way for that number 22 machine, unfortunately. We'll see what happens as the rest of the cars work their way around the track. Up front, everyone continues to stay double file, and that outside line gets a little bit of organization going a little bit further back, about 4 spots back. As maybe we start to see green flag pit stops, let's go ahead and give our first giveaway away, that free pack of NASCAR trading cards. We'll go ahead and give it away to Scott on Scott. Scott on Scott, you are the winner of the pack of Panini NASCAR trading cards. You can email us at ssracingleagues@gmail.com. That address is up on the screen for you. We'll make sure we get those in the mail to you absolutely free of charge. It could have a driver autograph in it. You never know. 1 in 5 shot at that as these drivers continue to work their way around the track right now. Saw a little bit of chaos with cars coming off of pit road, but everyone kind of avoids any sort of major issues there as they work their way down the backstretch. Lap 62 in the books here, or about to be in the books as they get ready to come through turns 3 and 4. It's Janet, Pollock, Brobst, Butler, and Smith. Those are your top 5. We can still continue to see Joshua Osborne forcing the issue on that outside line. Aaron Smith up the track about a lane. A little bit of contact between those two drivers. Let me ask you, are you at all annoyed if you're a leader or a driver on the lead lap having to deal with that 69 of Joshua Osborne? Is it a bit of a nuisance for you at all, Sean, if you're in that race car?
Well, it can be a little bit of a nuisance, but you're also just focused on yourself and trying to get the best position for yourself. So getting caught up in which cars beside you is not the big deal. I think he might have been a little upset with how tight the 69 car is running him. The 69 is right on his door through the center of the corners and is running maybe half a lane lower than all the other guys at the top and has been aggressive to get through this pack. So I don't think the 69's been out there making any friends for himself over here since he had gone a lap down earlier in this race.
Got some more chats coming in. Ryan Munn rooting on all the drivers, saying they're racing really smart right now. Heavyweight CF rooting on Trevor McCoy and Trevor Parcell. Fan of Trevor's apparently. Team Trevor out there. We'll be keeping an eye on Team Trevor. Didn't know they were on the same team, but cool. Also, Bali Civic rooting on those road and plate drivers in the chat, and the ambiguity. Very dismayed at what happened to Boyles coming onto pit road. Don't worry, he'll be back in it.
More contact there between the 69 and the 70 going down into the corner. Very, very weird for it to happen this early into the race, but I think some tempers might be flaring between the two.
And typically that's not something that we see out of Aaron Smith so much. Usually he's one of those drivers who is very calm and collected. And right now, yeah, you mentioned it. He is looking a little spicy out there in that number 67, a little more spicy than we're used to seeing that yellow machine. But you mentioned it, kind of just a story of two drivers with two different goals right now. If you're Osborne, you're trying to get back on the lead lap. You're trying to stay in contention. If you're Aaron Smith, you're kind of content with where you're running. So two different mentalities, two different strategies kind of colliding with each other here on lap 63. Only two cautions tonight, folks. Two cautions, two fairly large cautions, but all drivers walked away from them. No issues. Currently, we still have 25 cars on the lead lap and 29 cars, four cars just one lap down, which is why Joshua Osborne is trying to do everything he can do to stay in that lucky dog position if a caution were to come out.
He's not even in the lucky dog position. He is 2 laps down.
Two laps down.
So racing for that first lap back is actually way more important because getting that second lap back is really, really hard to do. And that actually explains maybe more of this aggression than just being in the lucky dog spot would. Because if he wasn't in the lucky dog spot, he might be maybe a little more further back, just like riding it out, waiting for that caution to happen. But 2 laps down, he's got to get that bit between his teeth and try to really fight to get that lap back.
Yeah, it's a good point, and he is doing everything he can to make it happen right now. It'll definitely be a major comeback story if he is able to get back on the lead lap and get back up to the lead, because that car's got some speed and that driver's got some gusto making it happen, racing up at the front with the rest of these guys. Going a little bit further back in the pack. Take a look at Trevor Parcell back in 23rd position. A lot of these drivers willing to just kind of go single file right now. Boy, that's a good-looking paint scheme. I like that. What would you call that? A lime green paint scheme, Sean? Lime green and maybe pink?
Yeah, definitely. I would think I would call it that. Pink maybe a little bit more light purple or something, but definitely an interesting choice of colors right there. Doesn't look too bad. It's easy to spot out on the racetrack, that's for sure.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to miss it on the racetrack. I know, talking about Trevor Parcell. I know we had some Trevor Parcell fans in the chat. So just checking out on him. He's running back in currently the 22nd position. Kind of out of the scrum, out of the fray. If the big one happens, he's in a pretty good position to maybe avoid it. And the energy is definitely picked back up at the front of the pack. We've got double file racing for about 10 rows in front of Trevor Parcell. You can see them working their way down the backstretch there. And we are getting closer and closer to green flag pit stops. These drivers have about 33 laps on their tank of fuel, and we assume that they're going to be able to go somewhere between 35 and 40 laps, Sean. So expect drivers to probably start positioning themselves for pit stops at any point. And I think it's probably time to talk about how important a green flag pit stop is here at Daytona. It truly could make or break a race for you.
Definitely. You don't want to slide in too fast on the brakes and you're going to get yourself a speeding penalty. You don't want to slide through your box or you're going to lose the draft. You know, it's way more important than it is any time under caution, because the time loss is just exponentially higher if you're able to screw this pit stop up at all. And you kind of want to you kind of want to be on the same strategy as everybody else. You don't want everybody to come down and take no tires, and here you are taking a full set. You're going to you know, you'll be out of this draft running by yourself and then a lap down very shortly.
And additionally, you want to make sure, that you're communicating with everyone around you and you're making sure that you've got enough drivers, because even if you come down with one driver, is that going to be enough to really stay with the rest of the pack and kind of stay even pace?
You kind of need 2 or 3. One driver really doesn't work it. And I can't tell you how many times I've done some of these races and somebody up front goes down and pits by themselves. I'm sure we'll see it tonight. It always happens to one unlucky guy who gets the number wrong or just has the wrong amount of fuel in the car, and he comes down and pits by himself, and that's the last we're going to see him up front for a long time.
Yep, been there, done that before. Not a good feeling. Fortunately for these drivers, it's a 200-lap race. Daytona 500. Currently, it is 5 p.m. on the East Coast for this race in Sim. So as this race progresses, Sean, I think we're probably going to see a day-to-night transition towards the end of the race. You can already see the sun going down just a little bit behind the front straightaway grandstands as they head down into turn 1. It is still Evan Janik up at the very front. Sorry, not Evan Janik Evan Janik at the very front with Alex Pollock second behind them. Look at that battle for third. It's not a battle. That's Joshua Osborne, the lap car we've continued to talk about having so much speed. How big would it be for him to get out to the front of this pack right now and get his lap back, or one of his 2 lap back cleanly? He's trying to make that happen here on lap 69.
One thing that we've noticed is a lot of guys abandoning that top lane. That tells me that this pit stop's right around the corner. Could be this time by, could be next time by, but a lot of guys have kind of migrated out of that top lane and left Osborne up there by himself in a way with Scott Drost. But these guys are definitely going to be planning and working together to get down to the bottom for this pit stop that is inevitable at this point.
Absolutely. Good eye. All these drivers working their way towards the inside, which is a good indicator typically that we are getting ready to see them make their way down pit road. And transitioning down from 200 miles an hour to 70 miles an hour is no easy feat. You can see the speed they're carrying over that backstretch cam there as they roll underneath the 22 car of Boyle as we might have some takers this time by. Let's see if anyone ducks down pit road here. The answer would seemingly be no this time by. Again, we're getting very close. 38 laps for the top 10 on this tank of fuel. So have to imagine we are getting very, very close to pit stops here. Evan Janik continues to lead. Alex Pollock second. Third place is Brian Bropson, that number 11 machine. And fourth position right now currently is Dylan Butler in that number 96. Shout out to Dylan. Started inside the top 10 and has continued to hold station there for most of this race. That is no easy feat if you've been watching all 73 laps with the jostling and the moving and the shaking and the bacon that's been going on. Butler's done a hell of a job to stay up there on that inside line especially. I thought we might see some drivers come down pit road that time. Oh boy, Sean, one driver, two drivers coming down pit road at the very tail end of the pack. We'll see if we can't figure out who that was, but I believe that was Abraham Kulufa and Mason Wilson. So 2 cars making their way down pit road. We'll find out if that strategy is going to work for those 2 drivers here shortly, but they're definitely going to avoid the big major rush hour traffic jam getting onto pit road. So I like that strategy from that sense. You always got to worry about if 12 to 15 drivers trying to come down pit road at the same time. That could be absolute chaos.
But both of those cars have been lapped and running out there by themselves as we see the 69 pull off down pit road. This could be the first of the lead lap runners or the cars that were in this front pack hitting the pit road. You know, he was burning a little bit more fuel than some of these other guys getting up through the pack. We saw it out there with our eyes for ourselves. And he's going to be followed by Scott Drews, who is the first lead lap car to kind of bite the bullet and come down and take that pit stop.
That's a gutsy call for Drost to come down with a lap car, but I don't think it's a lap car in the sense that, yes, he is 2 laps down, but that has lead lap winning pace, that number 69, Joshua Osborne. So definitely a factor in Drost's decision-making, and maybe just staying out of the big chaos that we could see getting ready to erupt here on lap 75. We're still waiting for the leaders to come down pit road. Here they go. Janik and Pollock along with 8, 9, 10 other cars going to come down pit road. Does everyone get down to speed? The answer would appear to be yes. I don't see anyone smoking the brakes, maybe a little bit further back. One car smoked the brakes. That was the number 70, and I believe that was Moffitt smoked the brakes, but I think everyone made it down to pit road speed. And we're going to see if drivers take tires here.
Looked like I was on with the 71 there. It looked like he had taken 4 tires, because I think you have to kind of wait for the full tank of fuel anyway, so there's nothing lost by taking the 4 tires here. The big strategy calls will come later in this race when you don't need the full tank of gas to get to the end.
76 laps in the book. Yeah, everyone seemed to have done a pretty good job.
Yeah, they definitely did. It'd be interesting to see which one of these, 2 split strategies kind of prevails here. The guys that pitted on that lap, or these guys that are still out there running laps right now, the 96, the 67, the 16, the 11. These guys probably saved just that little bit extra fuel just riding in line. I imagine they'll be pitting this time by or next time by, and it'll be a really big tell as to which lane and which pack of cars came out on top. And here's just something to complicate it. They're kind of blending in with each other right here as they catch the tail end pack of that field that had just pitted. This is really going to make it interesting coming off of turn 4. Some of these guys fight to get to the bottom and onto pit road.
Here's Aaron Smith. Oh, no! Oh, we saw it happening. Smith contact with Peter Stewart, Robert Brooks, Brandon Ayers through the grass. Major trouble on pit road on lap 78. And it looked like one car just wasn't aware that another car was under him. We're going to revisit the replay to see what happened. But boy, oh boy, that was a winning car that Aaron Smith had. And he's not out of it yet. But that's definitely going to complicate matters for Aaron Smith. We'll go back and see if we can't figure out what happened there.
Yeah, we kind of alluded to it, right, Ellis, coming down to turn 3, how the packs are blending together. And it looked like Brandon Ayers in that 16 tried to get down onto pit road, and right below him was Peter Stewart, who just came off pit road, and it was getting up to speed. And so Peter kind of bounced off the inside of the 16 car, caused the 16 car to also miss pit road, and he's out there running out of gas going down into turn 1.
Yeah, I think that. Oh, another big crash. The 22 and the 69 of Osborne collect the 87. That's going to put us under the 3rd caution of the evening, and that's happening down into turn 1 right now. Major trouble for the leaders.
That is going to shake things up. We were watching the cars come onto pit road that time by, really weren't focused on the leaders, so that is a surprise for everybody as we're going to get the replay keyed up here for you. It looked like that 69 car just driving aggressively. He gets to the bottom of the 05 and the 22 and just comes off that yellow line just a little bit going down to turn 1, moves up into that Red Bull car we talked about, and spins out the 22 right in front of that pack. That's going to get involved a couple more cars. Looking to be about 3-4 car wreck. And the 69 is going to come away with a clean car, but now he's stuck 3 laps down because he already made his pit stop. And a couple cars that had already made theirs stay on the lead lap, and the one car had yet to pit just yet. And he's out there running on fumes, but he's going to be the big lucky winner and be able to make his pit stop under green and possibly come out as the leader.
Yeah, I would say typically we would look at this as a good break for the one, but I'm also showing him as on the lead lap along with everybody else. So it might not be the break that we typically thought it would be. And he also has to have enough fuel to make it around the track. So I'd imagine he's probably clutching that thing right now as we continue to ride on board with Boyle here to see what happened. It's going to be the best shot we have.
You see the 69
yeah,
just
that
comes
69
up
might have just crowded him a little bit.
And got into the back of the 22, and he sent spinning in front of a whole pack of cars. They wrecked getting by him, too. A couple cars, believe it was Nissan, then the 19 car that got some damage out of it. And just it's really going to shake up who's on the lead lap and who gets stuck a lap down now. We're going to see some more shenanigans when it comes to fighting for lucky dogs. And, you know, the potential for a caution has just gone way up with just untimely yellow right here.
Yeah, this is going to stack them all back up together, and We're going to talk about that momentarily, folks. We've been going for a good solid hour and 15 minutes without a break. We're going to step away for about 30 seconds or so. Promise not long. Hear from our partners at Whiplash SimCams who are making this broadcast possible with all those beautiful camera angles that you have been seeing. You can find their information in the video description. We're going to be right back after this break. You're not going to miss any green flag racing, folks. Stay tuned. Back here live, you are looking at Daytona International Speedway, 81 of 200 laps in the FOL Daytona 500 are in the books, and we're under caution number 3, and it has upset the field and tossed and turned things all over the running order. Sean, you were mentioning some big shakeups before we were coming back to break. Catch us up on what is happening out there.
So we had some cars that had come down, got taken their green flag stop, and some of those guys were a lap down, and they're going to have to be taking the wave around here. So we have about 15 cars taking the wave around right now at the moment because they are a lap down. And then some of those guys were on the lead lap, like Nathan Gentry and Jacob Phillips, and they had gotten their pit stop done, came back out, and got lucky enough to get done quick enough to where they were on the lead lap when that caution came out. That's going to give them a free pit stop and about 4 or 5 extra laps of fuel compared to these guys that are going to have to take the wave around. So they have themselves a little bit of advantage on track position and the fuel side. So looking pretty good if you're in that one car in that 71 and a couple of these guys who are able to come down and take a second pit stop to top off with fuel.
And you mentioned just the chaos of the running order, trying to get everything reset. Right now, Nathan Gentry taking that wave around. You mentioned him. James Zangy, I believe, potentially being scored. Yeah, race director is going to give it one more lap to try to get everyone where they need to be. And because everyone's trying to get this running order sorted out, the caution fell just in the, as you mentioned, Sean, in the worst possible place for a clean running order at the start. But it's going to be James Zangy, I believe, is going to be scored as your leader, and Nicholas Moffitt. These are teammates, Sean, and they've got matching paint schemes to prove it. Yeah.
They did not pit under yellow as well. So they got their pit stop done, were on the lead lap, and did not pit under yellow, which trapped a lot of those wave around cars a lap down. So now we have less cars back on the lead lap than we should have because we have a couple guys that had stayed out. And that's a little bit of a strategy game. You trap about 6-7 more guys a lap down. That's 6-7 more guys that you don't have to race with the end of, possibly. So
you
really
stop
threw
that.
a wrench into
you
their
stop
plans.
That, Sean.
I know, but really threw a wrench into their plans, and I'd say it's a pretty smart move right now to trap some of those guys a lap down, and you get the track position.
Yeah, your 6 or 7 did not go unnoticed on me, and you repeated it just to rub it in.
Yeah,
I
didn't notice it until you said
Oh,
it.
you didn't even do it on purpose.
Yeah. No, I don't have
I
a
thought you were
a...
I teach 5-year-olds, so at least they feel like they're 5-year-olds
Exactly.
sometimes. They're high schoolers. But right now, folks, getting things gridded back up. We're working caution number 3. We're less than a lap away from the third restart of the FOL Daytona 500. 3 leagues coming together here to get the season kicked off, at least get us prepared for the real NASCAR season with the Daytona 500 next week at Slingshot Racing League, Front Runners Racing League, and Road and Plate. And these drivers still getting to know each other out on the track right now. It's kind of been one of the challenges that a lot of drivers have told us that they're dealing with is just not quite knowing, being comfortable with everyone that they're racing around with right now. One car coming up there on the inside, I believe that might be the number 69 of Osborne. Still trying to figure out
what he's doing.
What exactly that 69 is up to. I'm currently showing the 69 back in 33rd, scored 3 laps down. I'd imagine he's probably going to be at the back of the pack. He's going to slot back in there in the.
Too, yeah.
Yeah.
A couple
Fifth or
guys who
sixth
got
row.
caught a lap down. There were a couple guys with just the caution coming out in a bad time, and then the wave around deal with them not able to take the wave around. Robert Brost, the 5 car, lap down now. Jeremy Dahl, a lap down now. Peter Stewart, a lap down now. Brian Brost in the 11 car is a lap down. The 35 of Trevor McCoy. Cars that we saw, Scott Drost, we saw him come down and take his pit stop with the 69. He's stuck a lap down now. We only have 11 lead lap cars out here on the track, and we're not halfway into this race. So now we have 2 races going on, the race for the lead and the race to see who's going to be that lucky dog and possibly get that lap back, because the chances are getting slim.
Yeah, and I think that 11 and the 10 and the 70 really kind of upset the running order here. We'll talk about that in a minute. Right now, they're back underway here at Daytona. James Zengi gets a big restart out in front of his teammate, Nicholas Moffitt. But they've got Nathan Gentry and Evan Janik, and big caution on the front straightaway. Massive collision a little bit further back. My goodness, it happened all the way back at the back of the pack, but I'm not quite sure what happened. Steve Vest might have been involved with that. Robert Brobst involved. Let's see if we can't figure out what exactly happened.
Very, very weird, but it's a restart wreck here at Daytona. It looks like the 96 of Dylan Butler caught the pack real fast and checked up, and the 5 car ran in the back of him and just went for a little bit of a spin. And Steve Vest got involved, just getting wrecked, trying to get by it. But definitely a very, very weird incident here involving the 5. It looks like he just had to get on the brakes too hard for the checkup there coming into the start-finish line, and it just sent him sideways in front of a pack of cars, really.
Well, Sean, this really kind of brings to light something that, I think will become even more important as we go along and we get ready to cross the halfway point here. It's 200 miles. This is the test of endurance for every single one of these 40 drivers who started the race, and it's beginning to be, on the East Coast in real life, it's going on 10:30 right now. A lot of these drivers have been up since the early morning, and the mistakes are starting to happen almost 250 miles in. So I think we're probably beginning to see the start of what might be some indicators that some of these drivers getting a little tired, and it's easy to go on autopilot too.
Definitely that fatigue starts to set in right around this time of the race. And we had just mentioned how these guys are going to be fighting for the lucky dog. Well, I have the lucky dog as the 11th of Brian Brof. So he is the beneficiary of the caution that his cousin brought out there in the 5 car. So definitely wasn't on purpose there to have Robert wrecked on the front stretch, but it worked out for the 11, that is for sure. And now we're up to a lucky number 12 cars on the lead lap. As a couple of these guys come down pit road to top off on fuel, like we had mentioned, you want to take fuel every opportunity you get, especially if you were one of those cars that stayed out last caution around.
Yeah, I'm looking through the chat to see if we can pull in. I'm trying to figure out where Jacob Phillips is running right now.
So I got Phillips in the top 5 here in 4th place.
Yeah, there he is. Let's go and see if we can pull him in real quick.
That sounds like a good idea.
Jacob Phillips. This is Ella, Sean, and Johnny in the Slingshot booth. You got a copy, brother?
Yes, sir, I do. How are you guys doing?
Oh, man, we're good. We're just settling in here, getting to the halfway point. Walk us through your race so far. I know you're involved in a crash earlier, but right now looking pretty good in that 4th position. What's it like out on track right now?
It is definitely a battle of attrition. Right now, it's kind of just to see who can survive to the end. It's some hard racing, but that entire green flag run, I was just hanging back, just trying to conserve my fuel. If I've got everything lined up right, I should be able to make it to the end on 2 stops with a lap or 2 of fuel, give or take. So playing the strategy game here early, so we'll see if it ends up working out.
Who are your friends out there on track right now? Who you been able to work with?
Pretty much all the Slingshot guys. It's been myself, Robert, James Danforth, Aaron Smith, Brian Brobst, Dylan Potts. I can't remember all the names off the top of my list, or off the top of my head. But yeah, it's all the Slingshot guys. We were all trying to coordinate that pit stop together, and I think Aaron got tagged by a car spinning, entering pit road, so that kind of messed things up a little bit. But hopefully everybody will be able to get their laps back, because I think everything P13 and back is at least a lap down. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if everybody's able to get their lap back and see what we can do with it.
All right, man. Well, we wish you the best of luck. Enjoy it. Good luck out there.
Thank you, buddy.
Sir. All right. Well,
there, yeah, one of those few guys that was able to stay on the lead lap with that big mess of a caution that we had there a couple laps ago. That really sent things for a ride, huh?
It definitely sent things for a ride as they get them gridded back up here. Lap 87. Getting ready to take the green flag once again. James Zengi's your leader. Nathan Gentry lined up second. Michael Boyles is going to be third with Jacob Phillips, who we just talked about, in fourth. Evan Janik and Alex Pollock, those two teammates who have been working together all night long, in fifth and sixth, with Nicholas Moffitt in seventh. So we've got a couple pairs of teammates working together up there in the top 6 or 7 right now. Dustin Lewis in the chat saying, let's go Black Diamond Racing. Hugh E388 rooting for the Front Runner Racing League boys out there. Lots of chats coming in right now. Jordan Smith wondering, how do lap down drivers get back on the lead lap? Well, Jordan, they got to race for the lucky dog. They got to be the first car a lap down when a caution comes out, or they got to get it back the hard way and pass the leader and then have a caution come out. We do not give waiver rounds for the sake of giving waiver rounds in these big races like this. Again, you got to earn it. No handouts here in the FOL Daytona 500 as drivers get double file ready for the restart here. Zengi and Gentry are going to be your lead row cars.
One car up here in the top 10 with the black flag is going to be the 8 car of Ronald Hall. He's going to be coming down and making a drive-through penalty here after we go green.
He's going to have to work to get down quickly. Zengi gets off the line the fastest. He gets a big lead, joined by 05 of Michael Boyles. Nathan Gentry looks to get down to the inside. It's going to leave that number 8 machine up top in no man's land. And boy, yeah, he's going to have his work cut out for him if he's going to get down. One car a little bit further up, struggling to get down. Kind of the outside line is stalled out just a little bit right now. That, I believe, is Jacob Phillips in that 56. We talked to him, but he is struggling right now. Aaron Smith shot out a cannon down the backstretch with a big draft. You can see that lead yellow car, and boy, the energy has changed here on lap 88. We've seen some of the raciest action so far tonight here on lap 88, Sean.
Well, we saw Aaron Smith's crashing down into that inside wall on pit entry about 10 laps ago. He was able to get his fast repair, but he is stuck 2 laps down in that position the 69 car was in earlier. So he is also going to be fighting to get that lap back, and we know that he is a driver that can do it. He is very fast. He's patient. He is smart. He will do it in a way that the 69 car wished he would have done it earlier in this race. So I expect that 70 car to make some good, decisive moves here to try to put himself back on the lead lap. And business is picking up front, Ellis. We got the top line all together, the bottom line stacking up. It's getting really chaotic out here.
Does someone flip a switch? And boy, as the sun goes down, the energy is picking up here. The tenacity of these drivers, I should say, is picking up on the front straightaway. Coming to lap number 90, Evan Janik scored as your leader. Alex Pollock second. The 53 of Christopher French for the first time tonight is into the top 5. That 53 seemingly out of nowhere after starting the 19th spot. He's up to third, and we got some shaking and baking going on here. The 05 of Boyles along with the 56 of Phillips, who seems to have gathered it back up and picked up his speed. That first car on the outside line, the number 79, I believe is that number 79 machine.
Steele.
Is he a lap down?
Steele in the 79. He is also a lap down. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So a couple, the running order has several lap cars kind of in the thick of things, which complicates it, but they're racing to get their laps back as well. Oh boy, that 05 of Boyle almost got a big bumper full of steel.
Definitely the panic button has almost kind of been pressed, Ellis, because now you have so many fast cars a lap down, and these guys know that the opportunity to get it back is going to be slim. You might only have a couple more cautions in the next 50 laps, and you want to get that second lap or even your first lap back very, very quickly, and that kind of sets the tone for the rest of this race. So that fight for the lucky dog is going to be fierce, and these guys are going to be all the way up at the front of the pack doing it as well, especially with so few cars on the lead lap. We only got about 10 cars that are on the lead lap that are even in this pack at all.
Yeah, it is picking up, and I think you mentioned it. I think we're seeing why, because we've got so many cars a lap down, and maybe feeling like there's less to lose in some sense, because they've got to do what they've got to do to get back on the lead lap, and we are seeing drivers racing like we're racing the lap 100 instead of 200. It's lap 92, guys, not 192. Look at Aaron Smith. So we ride on board with that multi-time champion right behind that lime green and yellow car. We've been talking about that car all night long. Currently pushing the 10, the number 79 of Steele.
Yeah. So Steele's a lap down, and he's racing the four car behind him of Trevor Parcell that we are talking about. That car right there making the move 3 wide through the middle on the 10 car. And behind them is Aaron Smith, but Aaron Smith's 2 laps down, so he needs to get around both of them. So it's just a big mess of lap cars up here racing for that lucky dog. But right now, that race for it is between the 79 and Trevor Parcell and his green and lime machine.
Yeah, a great battle going on between Steele and Parcell. That is the battle for the lucky dog position, one of the biggest ones that we're watching right now. We mentioned it, currently only 13 cars, I should say 12 cars on the lead lap based on where that last caution fell. They kind of mucked up the running order, so to speak, but it's created another story to follow with so many cars in the middle of the pack, multiple laps down, trying to do everything they can to get back in it. Oh boy, there is a car careening. Oh my goodness, we almost had a save. Can they gather it back up? Wow.
Wow. Trevor Parcell. We just mentioned them racing really hard to get that lucky dog, and there is the result of what can happen when you race hard. Wow. Turns down the pack into another car. That is not good. I can't see who that is. I believe that is the 19. And we might get a caution here towards the tail end of it, but these guys, they're destroyed. That was that wasn't really pretty to look at.
Yeah, not sure. Hard to really speculate on what happens. A car losing control maybe. But folks, we're going to step away for just a moment. We're going to take a quick commercial break here to hear from our partners at Whiplash SimCams. We will be right back. The yellow flag has flown. Race Control has thrown the yellow flag for what we just watched a moment ago. And there is one of the cars that was involved in that incident struggling right now to get across the line. That is Ronald Steele, I believe, who was at the epicenter of that caution. That now the 5th caution of the evening. We're going to see if we can't figure out what happened. I feel like, Sean, I see these incidents, they just... Yeah, you can almost see them brewing half a lap before they actually happen.
So checking out the replay just now, it looks like the 4 car there, Trevor Parcell, just a little bit of contact through the tri-oval there actually with the 10 car, sends him up into the wall, and he is stuck on that wall and into that wall glue, and kind of turns down off the track onto the apron there, right in front of the 4 car of RJ Murphy, and definitely some heavy damage to the 4 because of that. So we got the both of those guys in a position where they're going to have to take their fast repairs. They're definitely going to have to use those, and if they hadn't already used it up already. And I think the Trevor Parcell might be done for the day because he is stuck on pit road and hasn't gotten that car fixed just yet.
Yeah, and he will had to tow it, I believe, based on the damage that was done to that car. And that unfortunate incident puts us under the 5th caution of the night. Drivers working their way down the backstretch. And right now, lap 96, headed to lap 97, almost reaching the halfway point. We're going to do another giveaway here momentarily. We'll give away a Chris Buescher diecast, 1/64th scale diecast car. And again, get those chats in. We'll choose one lucky winner shortly. Ambiguity says they should have held it into the wall. Easy for us to say. You never know what's going on inside that car. But as a driver coming around, you definitely are probably anticipating that driver staying into the wall. Ryan Munn says that's a bad deal. Just racing hard to get a lap back. And yeah, Sean, I really feel like that was the story of that last little cycle there. The way the caution fell set us up for so much chaos with drivers trying to get their laps back. And right now seeing several cars, including the leaders, work their way down pit road, coming to get fresh tires and a full tank of gasoline. And we're going to re-rack them. That put about 1 or 2 more cars back on the lead lap. We're going to see what the official running order is, see if anyone stays out and gets the waiver out.
Well, a couple guys on the lead lap stayed out, so they're going to kind of block those guys from getting the waiver round again. It's going to be happening yet again. The same thing that happened 2 cautions ago. And you were right, Ellis. That kind of set us up for that chaos there in the story of that run. But the story of that run is going to stay the same for the next couple runs, because now we only have maybe net 1 car back on the lead lap after that crash. So now we're kind of in the same position yet again. We're going to have cars at the front, only about 15 of them at the most, and everybody else fighting to get back on that lead lap. So I think we're going to be right back into that storm that was just out there brewing 2 or 3 minutes ago.
You just can't get away from it at Daytona. Now, one thing, Sean, we need to start considering is if you're watching at home, you'll notice it's getting a little bit darker out there. The sun is going down. The lights are going to be ready to turn on here before too long. Is that going to change the dynamic of the track surface? Are we going to see the racing change at all as the sun goes down? What impact might that have?
Well, the track will get a little cooler and these cars might handle a little better, but of all the tracks on the NASCAR schedule, it's probably not going to change much. You know, the nighttime just maybe brings a little better look to it and maybe a little more confidence. It really depends on if that full moon is out or not.
It felt so nice earlier when things seemed to be going so tamely. But right now, we've had a spate of cautions here on lap number 97. And yeah, we mentioned it. We had a situation where several cars were a lap down, and I think it created a dynamic that we're not going to get away from probably here for at least the next couple of caution cycles if we have them. You know, we could go green the rest of the way, but right now, working lap number 97, folks. We are going to take just a moment to step away, hear from our partners at Whiplash SimCams, and we're going to do a giveaway when we get back. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a few seconds. You are looking live at Daytona International Speedway. Sun is setting here as we get ready to cross the halfway point, running nearly 250 miles at Daytona. Currently, your leaders are Chris French and Nathan Gentry, both Slingshot Racing League drivers. This is a clash of leagues, and every league's got some of the drivers in the top 10 right now. Energy is picking up, Sean, and I don't think it is going to drop for the rest of the night. Sun's going down. We might have a full moon out there, and I think these drivers are going to be locked in for the final 100 laps. We've made it this far. It's been a battle of attrition so far. These drivers getting ready to take the green. What are you looking for this next cycle?
I'm going to be looking for the same thing we saw last cycle. The same battle is going to happen again. Those guys racing for the lucky dog and trying to get a lap back. It's going to happen yet again. And we have a crash under caution in the middle of 3 and 4 there. back around 11th place, 13th place or so, and the caution has been extended a lap because of it. That's going to be possibly a game changer for some of these other guys. We might see somebody with the race-ending damage right now under yellow.
Oh, man. Was that Dylan Potts in the 12? Let's see what happened here.
I got Brandon
Lap car.
Ayers there in the 16.
Man.
Hits the inside apron there, gasses it up a little bit, the car bounces, and it goes straight up the track into Dylan Potts in that 12. So Dylan's the real victim of it all. He's going to be coming down pit road to fix that damage. He was on the lead lap when that happened. So Dylan sitting on the lead lap in 13th position. And that's another one to fall. So now we're going to be back down to 12 cars on the lead lap.
Lots of comments in the chat talking about how these drivers are racing like madmen out there. We've seen the attitudes shift immensely, Sean, in the past 25 laps or so. It's almost turned into a different race of sorts. And I would expect that it's going to continue to do so. Chris French, Nathan Gentry, Alex Pollock, your top three. Evan Janik and Jacob Phillips round out your top five. They're working their way down the backstretch right now, folks. We're going to do another giveaway. We're giving away that Chris Buescher diecast. Connor Lyons, you are the winner of that Chris Buescher diecast. Connor Lyons, you are the winner of that Chris Buescher diecast. Congratulations, Connor. You know how to get in touch with us. And yeah, you said it, Sean. It's about time. His number finally came up. And Connor, get in touch with us. We'll send you that Chris Buescher diecast. And appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate everyone tuning in tonight. We got a couple more giveaways that we're going to be doing. Make sure that you stick around and continue to comment on the race and stay in touch with us in the chat. And I think it's going to be a good one. We're going to have plenty of things to talk about for sure.
You know what we need to do, Ellis? We need to get Connor in one of these races one day.
One day. I can do one better. Johnny, can we do a crank it up? We got static cams?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it. We're going to crank it up here to hear all the sights and sounds at Daytona. Massive pileup in turn one. Had to break from the crank it up, and boy, oh boy, a couple cars head on into the turn one wall. That's the 10, I believe, that's in trouble. That's Zangy.
One car.
Fast car.
Gentry.
Oh, man.
Started with the one car, Nathan Gentry, going into turn one. He was restarting in the second position. Had Jacob Phillips tucked up behind him. Phillips bounced down to the bottom and then bounced back up into the left rear of the one. Spins the one car out in front of the whole field going down to turn one on the restart. That's going to be a big one every time.
Oh, man, I hate to see it for these guys who have run 250 miles so far. Just concerned we're seeing a little bit too aggressive racing at the halfway point right now, Sean. What has changed? I know we talked about the lap down situation, but making these dicey moves is it gonna change your race situation in a quarter of a lap?
I really can't tell you what has changed other than the lap number, other than that patience level going down. And we see it time and time again with these plate races. It's still a long way to go. Just a little bit of a last lap move there by Jacob Phillips, and just a little bit of an error into the back of Nathan Gentry. It just came at the worst time possible on the restart in front of a whole pack of cars, and a lot of good cars were taken out in that. The 1 car, the 11 of Brian Bropes, the 10 car, all got collected in that and took some damage. And maybe, if we're lucky, a couple of them might have their fast repairs to use.
Yeah, we are going to have, we should mention that a lot of these drivers do have fast repairs left. So if they haven't used them yet, this might be a good opportunity to do so. I'm looking at a couple of those cars, whether Nathan Gentry, I know Nathan had not used his fast repair yet, so he will be okay. He's got his fast repair that he can use if need be. Looking at Zangy. Zangy, I believe, has used his fast repair, unfortunately. So Zangy is going to have to get the damage fixed the hard way as we continue to watch there. And yeah, if you're just joining us, action has been picking up. Yeah. Oh, man. Bad luck for that 33 just kind of coming in at the last minute. Nowhere to go for the 87.
Since the green flag dropped. He was the guy that got that black flag, got the green flag, went a lap down. It's just been downhill there since. So tough race so far for that 33 of Jeremy Dahl.
Yeah, we got to get some green flag racing here. I'm not sure what we got to do to get it. We still got 250 miles left in this thing. We're just crossed the halfway point, and we were going at such a rapid pace earlier on. Yeah, we got a couple people in the chat. Chad Foxhoff says he's laughing out loud. I think Chad's just glad he's not in this race. I think he's probably glad he's not on the track right now. So,
well, the picture right now at the moment, Ellis, is 13 cars on the lead lap, and a lot of those guys with a lot of damage. The 10 car got a lot of damage he's carrying. The one car just got his fast repair. Like you said, he still had one, but that's his one for the rest of the race. So he'll be out there in contention to run well. But the 10 car is pretty beat up. So we're kind of down to about 11 cars on the lead lap, with the 10 and the 12 both carrying a lot of damage here at the moment. But these cautions are only going to allow them to fix it more and more, piece by piece. And this is exactly what some of these guys needed, was a couple quick fire cautions to get 6-7 minutes of damage fixed. You could have done it over these last 20 minutes.
I think you did it on purpose that time.
No, I didn't. Damn. Yeah, you mentioned it again.
I think you're gaslighting me now, as the kids say.
No, I swear, man. Those are just my favorite numbers.
I do find myself. Yeah, I do find myself saying it a lot without even intentionally doing it. Right now, working. What lap are we on, man? 102.
It's a long way to go still. So that patience, I think, the patience level will go back down towards the end of this race, but we're going to see a little bit more, I think, when we go back green. These guys, after seeing the mess that we've had for the last 15-20 minutes, I expect them to kind of get it a little bit together here up front, work, be smart, work together pretty smoothly, and we're going to get about a good little run here. I'm feeling it.
Now let's go check in with Aaron Smith, see what he's got to say so far. Aaron Smith, it's Ellis, Sean, and Johnny in the Slingshot booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I've got you.
How you doing in there, man? It's we feel like the energy is just, the juju has been thrown off here the past 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, my car's hurt. My feelings are hurt. I'm stuck 2 laps down, and I got 22 cars ahead of me that don't need to be there. So we'll see how this plays out. I'm about ready to pull off, honestly. It's getting pretty messy out here, but I don't know how close to the front I'm going to be on this restart. It's asking a few cars by me, but my plan right now is to get up there and get my lap back the old-fashioned way so I can be 1 lap down and beat all the other guys for the lucky dog, but we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. I don't want to cause any wrecks, but it's looking pretty difficult right now. I don't know what I'm going to have to do to get back up there, but I'll be back.
Would you say the respect level has declined a little bit?
It was never there. I was getting doored by lap cars in lap 20. Like, I don't know. It's easy to take for granted how good we have it in Slingshot. And I'll leave it at that.
I definitely get it, man. Well, good luck out there. Continue to fight the good fight, and we'll maybe talk to you at the end if you last another 250 miles. Good luck.
Tour sounds good. Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Yep. Oh boy, Sean, you heard it there from the horse's mouth. It's no love lost out there.
No love lost, and the rival leagues are certainly making themselves known to each other out here on the racetrack. And as we come back green, Ellis, with 97 laps to go, got 11 cars on the lead lap without damage. Got about 10 cars a lap down. They're going to be fighting for the lucky dog, and everybody else 2 laps down or more. So definitely starting to thin out as who we're going to see in contention to win this deal towards the end.
Yeah, let's get some green flag racing in here. Pace car peels down pit road. Alex Pollock, the control car this time by. We're back green flag racing in Daytona. Dylan Butler into second. Nicholas Moffitt, Nevin Janik third and fourth. Top 7, single file now. Getting down to that inside lane very quickly. A couple cars led by Aaron Smith, I believe, in that second lane, getting going with Jacob Phillips in front of him. But yeah, drivers looking like they're eager to get single file here, Sean, and I completely understand why after the spate of cautions that we've had. Everyone just maybe wants to get some green flag laps under their belt. That inside line continues to form, but the outside line, Nathan Gentry Gentry looks like he's going to be the first car to poke his nose out in front of Brian Probst in that number 1 machine. Will he bring anyone with him? The answer at this point seems to be no. Aaron Smith's going to slide in front of him. Smith's going to try to make that move on Brian Probst in the 11.
Yeah, we just talked to Aaron Smith. He said he's going to go up there and get his lap back the old-fashioned way. And you know what? I believe him. I think he's going to be able to do it, especially with that fast 11 car behind him. We know Nathan Gentry's been fast, led this race just up to about 3 or 4 minutes ago, really. But here he is back up after that fax repair into this lead pack. It won't be long before we see that one car back up front, I believe.
Dylan Butler further up in the pack, second place, pushing the 92 of Alex Pollock with a head of steam. And look at that heart rate monitor continuing to climb. That 88 to 92, now a little bit lower. Maybe notice when that number 96 let off the bumper just a little bit, the heart rate went down for Alex Pollock. But Pollock continuing to lead, and he's no stranger on this channel, Slingshot TV. We see Pollock on a weekly basis in that number 92, and continuing to impress. I know he's had a lot of good success on super speedway tracks, so it should be no surprise to see that number 92 of Alex Pollock out in the front right now. You can see he started all the way in the back, Sean, and what a story to move all the way up to the front here by the halfway point and lead this race. Say it's going pretty good for Pollock so far. Had a little bit trouble earlier, but the good news for him, he hasn't used his fast repair yet.
That's a nice thing to have at this point in the race, is that fast repair in the bank. And for him to come back from that incident and drive himself all the way up to the front. And don't forget, him and Evan Janik, they led that whole last run before that stop cycle, which really set things off for that little bit of a lull we had there. But these two cars, they showed their strength that whole last quarter of the race before that green flag stop. And I think these two, him and Evan Janik, are going to be two cars that are going to be up here fighting for the win at the very end of it.
Yeah, I think you are absolutely right. Folks, let us know who you think is going to win this race. We're halfway there. Let us know who you think is going to pull off the win and bring it home to victory lane today. Get those comments in the chat. One car that looked like the number 8 of Ronald Hall slid underneath the yellow line for just a moment. How difficult is that tri-oval, Sean? It kind of be deceiving. If you get your wheel down there on the yellow line, does it upset the car at all?
Oh, it definitely does. The tri-oval hitting that apron there is pretty lethal. And the tri-oval is one of those places where it feels comfortable for most of the race, and then at one point, you're just going to get loose through there and almost not expect it. It will bite you if you get any sort of comfortability through that corner. And as I say that 05 takes the lead. He's going to pull down in front of Alex Pollock, and now he's side by side with Aaron Smith, trying to get in front of him to get that lap back.
Aaron Smith mentioned getting that lap back the hard way. Brian Probst trying to push him to that point. Move Aaron Smith back to, I believe, 1 lap down at this point, putting himself in position for the lucky dog, but Brian Probst immediately, once Aaron Smith jumps down the inside, Probst stays to the outside with his dance partner, the number 1 of Nathan Gentry, who falls back just a little bit bobble there for the 1. That's going to put Brian Probst in no man's land without a lot of help on that outside line.
And right behind the 1 car is Justin Lacayo in the 06, and he is the first car 1 lap down. So he is in that lucky dog spot, and he is racing the 5 of Robert Probst, just a couple cars behind him for that position. But right now, these guys are going to have a hard time clearing Aaron Smith in the front. He knows he has the fight to keep his car out in front of this pack and hope for a yellow. He wants that yellow to come right now. That way he's able to get himself back to 1 lap down and possibly in position to come back from his pit road incident earlier in this race.
Big moments happening here. 90 laps left here at Daytona. Double file all the way back, 10 rows or so. 1 battle of 3 wide going on just a little bit further back there. Drivers trying not to get into too much trouble. They sort it out pretty quickly. But boy, that outside line has a little bit of momentum. They're working it right now, led by Brian Probst. That's the number 1 of Nathan Gentry. A little bit further behind, I believe that is the 06. 06 to the number 90 maybe. Trying to figure out sometimes matching these numbers up with what they've got on their cars can be a little bit difficult if they don't match. But that number 06, who's that 06? Do you have a beat on that, Sean? Who the 06 is? Lacayo?
Yeah, he's that car I just mentioned was the first car lap down.
Yeah,
the Lucky Dog spot. So he's racing Robert Ford, the Lucky Dog. Now that Aaron is 1 lap down as well, so he's kind of fighting for position up front. And Aaron mentioned it when we talked to him that his car might be a little bit damaged. And since he got out in front, this whole pack has gotten a lot closer. We've seen 3 wide towards the back of it. We've seen a couple almost wrecks already. So Aaron might be like a little bit of the catalyst for the caution that he needs, because his car might not have that speed up front like some of these other cars was do, just to pull away from the pack and lead it with a little more speed than somebody else. So that might be a reason why this top line's looking so strong here at the moment.
And here they continue to pull up to the front. Nathan Gentry and Lacayo leading the way there, with the number 88 of James Danforth and Robert Bropes right behind them, 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, at least 10 rows back. 89 laps left here. The energy has not dissipated one bit at all. And Sean, one thing we were talking about earlier, I think we're going to probably see it continue to be a theme, especially as the laps click along. Not only can 2 drivers hook up, but we talked to several drivers in pre-race who mentioned that 3 cars could lock bumpers nose to tail and be okay, which could be a good thing, but it also could encourage some pretty aggressive drafting as we go through these laps.
Yeah, and we've seen these guys struggle just to do what they've been doing so far. So I don't think 3 cars hooking up is on anybody's mind right now, at least until the very end of this deal. I think those really, really aggressive moves will come towards the end, because everybody seems to be playing a little bit nice right now. You see that big gap between the 2 lines, and that's a good way to gauge just the level, the patience level of everybody. If it was towards the end of this race, I imagine that top line would be right on the doors of the guys on the bottom. And it just seems like they're just not doing that to the extent they could here at the moment.
Right now working lap 113, coming to lap 114 of the FOL Daytona 500. Drivers getting close to the 300-mile mark. Inside line seems to have the momentum here. Aaron Smith is scored a lap down. He is looking like he's the leader on the track. If you're watching that yellow car in front right now, he earned one of his laps back the hard way, involved in multiple incidents earlier on in the evening. He's got Michael Boyles in that 05, who is the true leader, pushing him through turns number 3 and 4. And there's a battle for 3 wide. Lacayo and Nathan Gentry now with the number 70 machine. Also at the bottom, Nicholas Moffitt working their way through. Couple cars loose. Gentry still in the middle with Lacayo. They haven't been able to disconnect, Sean.
They've been banging doors for about a half a mile there through turns 3 and 4 and down the front stretch, and it's really going to be deadly for Lacayo. He's going to lose that Lucky Dog spot to Robert Bropes, who drove around him there in that little bit of a spat that he had with Nathan Gentry, just over that little bit of track position. And Gentry is now all the way back into the 9th position, but he's further back in that because now he's got about another 6 or 7 lap cars in front of him.
You did it again. Now you're doing it on purpose, Sean.
That time was on
now
purpose.
You're doing it on purpose. That was on purpose. Okay. That was good. That was good. We'll get a few more of those in, maybe 6 or 7 more of those in before the end of the night.
Did you just see his heart rate? It was 67.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Now Alex Pollock is trolling us with his heart rate monitor. Man, if you can control your heart rate, that's actually pretty good.
There's
folks,
a guy
it has been
watching us right now, and his kids are going nuts, and he doesn't know why.
Yeah, right. Yeah, where do we go from there? I think it could be a good opportunity. Kill a little bit of time here. We'll continue to watch the racing going on. That outside line, Randy Gross, guys. Randy Gross with a big head of steam. I don't believe he is on the lead lap, but he still looked like he was shot out of a cannon. Looking to see where Randy is being scored right now.
Randy is 3 laps down.
3 laps down. But yeah, he's leading that outside line. Justin Lacayo kind of got back in the groove very quickly.
Randy is 10 laps down. I'm sorry. So
okay.
He's got a
he
long
must
way
have been
to go
caught
if
up
he
in
wants to get
the
back.
big one.
A couple of big ones, yeah. So Randy's out there just for the fun of the game right now.
Hey, man, you got to respect that. 10 laps down in a Daytona 500, no points on the line, just bragging rights, and you're still out there. Randy's a good guy. We love Randy. He's in the chat regularly when he's not racing, but he's always got good-looking paint schemes, and usually they're Chicago themed as we ride along with Randy Gross on that outside line. Fortunately, not the night he was hoping for, but we'll give him a little bit of airtime there anyways. He's always got some great-looking paint schemes, but yeah, good to see him out there still gritting out, and massive respect. I know that I would not be doing that if I were 10 laps down.
No, and one thing I've always told myself when I come out in those types of positions is I might not be able to win this race, but I'm going to make sure one of my buddies wins this race. I'll be in position to help somebody win this race, and that's what Randy's doing right now. He might have a couple buddies out there, namely that 06 Lacayo behind him or somebody up front, and he's out there just helping them, putting themselves in positions to maybe help a teammate win this race tonight.
I definitely I like that as long as drivers mind their P's and Q's and don't get too aggressive and too manipulative in their moves. I'm all good with it. A teammate is a teammate regardless of whether they're on the lead lap or not, as long as they're not wrecking anybody to aid their teammate. And Randy Gross doing a great job out there right now, leading that front line with Lacayo and Scout Drost right behind them, and they got a little bit of momentum on the outside right now. Again, working lap 119 in this FOL Daytona 500. I think it's been kind of we've gone through multiple phases tonight, Sean. We started off with a small caution, not a small caution, but a single caution. Went a while without another one, then had another one. Then went a good while without anything, and then it just all erupted right around lap 75 or so. Things just completely turned end over end, and we went on just a spate of cautions, and the energy level, the attitudes just seemed to change once we got towards that halfway point.
I think when that caution came out in the middle of that green flag cycle and it trapped half this field a lap down or more, the frustration level went up and the impatience went up, and people just got a little hot under the collars, and they went out there and caused a couple quick yellows, being impatient, seeing that red mist. And now everybody's kind of settled down. They know their position. They know what they have to do. But guys that are really, really fast, like Aaron Smith, are out there pulling the moves that they need to pull off to come back in this race. Because he's been up front since he took that lead. And he knows that's where he needs to be, and he's doing a great job of it. And we're going to be seeing guys just executing to a higher level now that red mist has kind of subsided and everything's kind of calmed down just that little bit. But it's going to go back up, especially after we get about 20-30 laps into this fuel run.
Oh yeah, they're clicking away, and right now you mentioned it, we got drivers on up at the front 18, 19, 20 laps. We believe they can make it 35 to 40 laps, so we are inching closer towards that green flag pit window if we're going to have them. We're getting closer towards that. And Sean, what do you say we do a word scramble?
Sounds good to me.
I think this is a very timely one, maybe a little bit of advice for the drivers. Folks, we just put a word scramble up on the board. Let us know if you can unscramble this word. Put it in the chat. What word is scrambled up on the screen? We'll leave it up there for a couple of laps for you to rack your brain about it. I think maybe timely, appropriate advice for some of these drivers right now as they work their way through the tri-oval. Running order kind of remains largely unchanged. Drivers still kind of holding station where they've been. Aaron Smith continuing to lead the way, albeit not on the lead lap. He's that front lead car in yellow. He's got the number 05 of Boyles behind him. Boyles in really the provisional lead at this point. Brian Brobst is in second. Alex Pollock is in second, pulls in front of Brian Brobst. And Brobst has Butler not too far behind him, with Moffitt not far behind them. And it seems to be the inside line, Sean, right now are the lead lap cars, and a lot of the not lead lap cars have moved to the outside.
Most definitely. Those inside line cars, they're all on the lead lap, and they are knowing that they just have to race each other. They're doing a good job at almost ignoring these lap cars, and they're just following the guy in front of them, hoping to maintain position and potentially get to that green flag pit stop all together on the same lap.
What I am noticing is that heart rate, Sean, it's climbing a little bit for our good buddy Alex Pollock, sitting around 99, 100 beats per minute. That stress level probably clicking up as well as we ride on board with him. And you can see why it's upwards of 106, 110 now, because he is right in the thick of things, right in that 4th or 5th slot on the inside line.
A little bit of contact there in the middle of the pack, almost a big wreck. These guys kept it together though, thankfully, and we were able to avoid it. And one good thing for Aaron Smith is that those two cars working together to lead that outside line, they aren't on the lead lap. So right now, Aaron is just racing those guys stuck behind him on the bottom to potentially get that lap back if he does get that lucky yellow that right now he's praying for.
And it could happen at any point. We've seen 5 caution flags, 5 separate incidents over the course of the evening as they work their way down the backstretch. Sean, I'm curious, do you miss the grass on the backstretch?
Most definitely. I run the Rolex every year with my buddies, and we all missed it this year with that new wonderful chicane that they put on the backstretch.
Couple cars coming down pit road here. You can see who that is. That is Peter Stewart and Abraham Kalufa coming down pit road. 2 cars making their way down pit road. They'll be draft partners. But imagine when they come back out, they're going to be the first takers. They, I believe, were a little bit further back on looking to see how many laps they had on their tanks. Yeah, they had
Abraham
44
had a full tank.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And Peter had also taken a wave around there in the midst of all that caution spat, and he was on the lead lap when he came down and hit pit road. So a great run for Peter Stewart tonight. We've seen him in a couple hairy moments out there, but for the moment, once this green flag cycle comes all the way through, he's going to be on the lead lap. Right
now, Alex Pollock running 3rd position, but Aaron Smith is the Pied Piper on lap 126. 74 laps left here at Daytona. We are moving right along very quickly here at a rapid clip. Things are picking back up at Daytona. Aaron Smith looking like he's out front, but folks, if you're watching at home, we had a caution on lap 75 right about there that upset the field completely, left only about 13 cars on the lead lap, and it really set up a battle in the mid-pack to get back on the lead lap, and we're kind of attributing that as the reason why the energy and the attitudes changed out on track drastically from what we saw the first 75 laps or so. But there are still, don't be mistaken, there are still easily, I'm looking just right now, I would say any car even 1 lap down. We got 20 cars that could still win this thing, Sean, depending on whether or not they can get back on the lead lap with a timely caution or just getting it back the hard way.
I don't think even Aaron Smith's out of it at 2 laps down. He's doing a great job putting himself in position to capitalize and get one of those back if he gets a quick yellow here. He hasn't gotten it just yet, but it can happen here at any moment. And a quick note, another lead lap car to fall by the wayside is the 8 of Ronald Hall. He came down and made a pit stop, had another black flag, and is 7 to serve it under green. He's going to be going at least 2 laps down here in this green flag cycle.
Unfortunate turn of events for Hall, but we are getting ready closer to see those green flag pit stops for the leaders, and we did have a little bit of calamity last time we saw those pit stops. In fact, one driver coming down pit road caused a collision. Believe that was Brandon Ayers on that last set of green flag pit stops, so keep an eye out on that. Drivers trying to get down to the inside line, get down to position to be able to make their way down pit road. We could see some moving and shaking and potentially some mishaps there here on lap 128. So not out of the woods yet. Plenty more can happen. Plenty of drivers still have a shot at winning this race, folks. Coming to you live on Slingshot TV. We do this multiple nights a week with different leagues. Tonight, a big FOL full-length Daytona 500. Aaron Smith peeling off from the lead position, not the lead car on in track position, but the lead position out there in front of that pack. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you have not already done so, folks, and you get notified of every time we go live with some amazing racing. Not always this long, but right now these drivers put on a pretty good show so far. One driver coming up the middle, I believe that's Moffitt coming through the middle there. That is indeed Nicholas Moffitt in the number 70, who's working his way up. That's number 32, actually, I should say. Number 32.
32 is Jordan Neeson.
Jordan Neeson. Yeah.
He's also
one car.
2 laps down or
Nissen!
more.
Contact with Butler. Nissen hard into the inside wall right in front of pit road. Will it put us under caution? Race control holds the flag in hand. They're going to hold off on it as a single car collision, but boy, oh boy, that is a definite case of the commentator's curse, Sean.
I think so. We kind of spoke that one into existence as the 32 gets up and away. He was already a couple laps down, kind of fighting in the same position Aaron Smith was. And that's just going to add fuel to the fire right there. There's more contact down the backstretch. That's going to be Lacayo and Brian Brobst bang indoors. Lacayo in the lucky dog position really doesn't need to be getting any contacts right now at the moment. So surprised that the level has gone up to what it was. But I imagine these guys are going to be hitting pit road any second now after we saw Aaron Smith have to come down and make his stop. The bad news for Aaron Smith is now he's not in position to get that lap back if the caution does come out. And 2, he came down and pitted by himself. So right now, at this moment, he is technically just losing time and losing basically the draft after these guys come down and make their pit stop. But it'll be interesting to see if we even make the pit stop with how this racing is going, looking right now up front.
The word was patience. That was the word scramble. ZT45 kid got it correct. And Sean, I think these drivers might need to exercise patience, but with just 69 laps left to go, I think patience might be thinning out for most of these drivers. We are getting close to the final quarter of this race, the final 125 laps as these drivers come up on Aaron Smith, putting him back a lap down, another lap down, I should say. He'll get it back when they come down pit road, but Lacayo in front of the number 22, they come down the track, headed down into 1, and boy, that was a close moment there, Sean, as we had 2 lap cars potentially causing a major crash in front of the leaders.
And they're not even on the same lap. They're just on different laps, not even technically racing each other. But Lacayo's really fighting to get that lap back, and here he is. And I imagine we might be seeing a pit stop this time around, but they're not the only ones bailing down to the bottom. That is for sure.
Robert Brobst now, that lead car. Lacayo loose with a bump from the number 22. Almost calamity there, but they avert the crisis. No one's going to pit this time by. Coming to lap 133, Lacayo pushing up into Robert Brobst. Let's see if Robert Brobst returns the favor, headed down into 1. Lacayo not giving much room to that outside line, about half a car length up off the bottom yellow line. He's being pushed with a head of steam by the number 22 car. I'm looking for the number 22 car to see who that is. That is the Adam Boyles. Yeah, so you mentioned they were on 2 separate laps, and it's just a complete mess of the running order up front. Brobst cuts down in front of Lacayo, misses him by near inches.
And these 2 guys, Brobst and Lacayo, are racing for the lucky dog. Right now they're back on the lead lap technically. They're in front of Nathan Gentry, but they're kind of caught up racing each other, not really realizing that they're both in good position. If the caution comes out now, they both get their laps back. So I think a lot of what we just saw was just getting caught up in the race. And the only car right now up here on the lead lap is Nathan Gentry. He's got Michael Boyles right there behind him, but these lead lap cars have kind of migrated to the top now.
The lead lap cars migrating up top. Currently, you can see the running order on the left hand of your screen, riding on board with Nathan Gentry, looking out the rear deck lid as he rides that outside line. It's Boyles, Gentry, Pollock, French, and Brobst. Those are your top 5, and they aren't necessarily running top 5 in terms of track position right now. You don't look like they're the leaders so much, but I promise they are in there. Michael Boyles is that 05 machine, really second in line now as the 22 jumps up to the top of the track and brings Lacayo with him. Oh, big trouble further behind. Randy Gross gets into Evan Janik. Can they? Oh, boy, Gross into the wall, collects the number 7. That's going to put us under caution for the 6th time tonight. And, boy, these wrecks, I've mentioned it to you before, Sean, but they happen in slow motion, it seems like. These drivers look like they almost get back under control, and then things take a turn for the worst. We'll see what happened here on the replay.
So it looks like the top line was just checking up just a little bit, and there's the 33 getting into the left rear of the 31 car of Randy Gross. Randy gets all sorts of sideways, comes down into Evan Janik, bounces off of him into to the outside wall. That's going to be a caution every time. And quite a lucky caution for a lucky few. Robert Bros, Justin Lacayo, we just saw them banging doors to get back on the lead lap. Well, guess what? They did it. They are back on a lead lap, and the 22 of Adam Broyles got a lap back. He's now down to 1 lap down, doing what Aaron Smith wanted to do. And Aaron's the big loser there. He's now down to, I think, 3 or 4 laps down after his pit stop.
I'm wondering if we see that be kind of the breaking point for the driver of the number 67 machine, Aaron Smith, if he might pull it off of track as we watch, right in the middle there. Kind of the 3 wide incident, the 33 Dahl and the 31 of Randy Gross. That's going to put us under the 6th caution of the night. And they almost had it settled, Sean. They almost had it settled here on lap 136, 64 laps to go. This thing is going by. We've been here for a while, but we're inching closer towards the final quarter of the race. On lap, let's say a lap 150 or so, we are going to do another giveaway. Do our 3rd giveaway of the night. We've already given away a Chris Buescher diecast. We've given away a pack of Panini NASCAR trading cards. We do a little bit of trivia here. You do a little bit of trivia?
So it's always down with me.
All right, let's see.
The rough night for the
folks.
33 continues as well, getting involved in yet another incident. He's carrying some damage now after getting his damage fixed from earlier, or his fast repair earlier. And the 33 was technically the lucky dog position when that caution came out. So he kind of knocked himself out of his own lucky dog in another way. But tough night for the 33 yet again.
Tough night. Got a couple people in the chat calling in tonight. Connor Lyons going to bed. Good night, Connor. Folks, we appreciate you sticking with us in this late night in Daytona. A couple cars coming down pit road to get the service from their pit crew, getting some Goodyear tires, getting a fresh tank of fuel, and I don't think they're going to be able to make it from here, but I think they might make it on one more stop, Sean. This could definitely, like you mentioned, set the stage for one final pit stop with just 65 laps left. Let's go ahead and get that trivia up, folks. We got a trivia question for you. Let us know. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and make this the giveaway for a pack of Panini NASCAR trading cards. Go ahead and first person to get this one correct, we'll go ahead and give it to him. Question is, Sean, you probably know this. Who holds the record for the fastest winning average speed? 177 miles an hour in Daytona 500 history. Is it Buddy Baker or Cale Yarborough?
While you guys are plugging in your trivia answers, just wanted to go over the strategy right here just a minute. The lead lap cars all came down and pitted as expected, and some of these guys stayed out and going to take advantage of the waiver round. Peter Stewart going to go down to 1 lap down. Dylan Butler trying to get back onto the lead lap. Adam Broyles got his lap back when the caution came out, went from 2 down to back on the lead lap with this waiver round here. And Aaron Smith taking the waiver round is going to go down to 1 lap down, fighting for a lucky dog. So it's not over for that 67.
Not over for a lot of these drivers. Talk about opportunities to earn back a lucky dog, and this gives us 15 cars on the lead lap. We're getting back to I like where we're headed, Sean. I like where we're headed. We're getting maybe thinning out that battle for the lucky dog just a little bit, which I felt like got us into a lot of trouble when it came to the intensity of the racing going on throughout the field, particularly the middle of the pack. But right now, we're going to lap 137. It's been a long night, folks. We got that trivia question up for you. Who holds the record for the fastest winning average speed in the Daytona 500? Sean, I'm curious. Do you know the answer to this question?
Yes, I do. I'm pretty sure it's. Should I answer it?
Oh, don't say it. Don't say it. Not yet.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I do know the answer. Yeah.
I'm
like 95% sure.
I'm curious to see if you are right. We're going to reveal it here before we go back green flag racing. We got several folks in the chat chiming in with their answer. We got some people saying Bill Elliott. We got some people saying Cale Yarborough. We've got one person who said Buddy Baker. That was Ron Knowles. Appreciate Ron Knowles tuning in. We haven't heard from Ron so far tonight. Ron, we're glad you're here. With that Buddy Baker
One thing that
answer.
was pretty cool about this caution is a couple guys got 2 laps back. The 22 got 2 laps back, and I believe so did the 67. So kudos to both of them taking advantage of the one lucky yellow that they did get. Wasn't how they maybe exactly wanted it to go, but they were the big winners out of it all, getting 2 laps back to put themselves, well, at least at 22, back on the lead lap.
Yeah, that's remarkable how many drivers were able to get back in that one lap territory. That's big moving forward. So, all right. Well, the answer to that trivia question, Sean, who do you think it was?
I want to say it was Bill Elliott.
Ooh, that's not who I have.
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah,
I've got Buddy Baker
in 1980. Yep, that's right.
I've got Buddy Baker.
Yeah, that's your. I think you are correct. Yeah, in 1980, he had that with the Gray Ghost.
Yep, and that was Ron Knowles. So Ron Knowles, you are the winner.
I was wrong.
Make sure
no.
To green flag back out in Daytona. That is the 05 machine who has led the way, Michael Boyles. He's been up at the front much of the evening. That 05 with a big head of steam out through turns number 1 into turn 2. Now getting ready to go down the backstretch. That field's probably going to catch him pretty fast, and that's going to be led by Chris French. Oh, yeah. Look at the suck that 57 gets off the back of the 05. Brian Bropes going to tuck up behind the 05. Alex Pollock, the third car line. No one going with Chris French on the outside right now, Sean. But he's got help. Nathan Gentry's there.
Here comes help. Yeah, he's got a big steam of help coming behind it with Nathan Gentry. This is picked up quite quickly after the restart as the 05 is fighting to get that lead back. But Chris French made a smart move, took that run, went to the outside, and Brian Bropes just didn't go with him.
Double file, first 4 rows here. Through the tri-oval, one of the most dangerous parts of the track. Down into turn 1, they climb that 31-degree banking. Chris French in that black and yellow, number 53. He is your leader, but no longer Michael Boyles on the inside there reclaims that lead. They're just jockeying back and forth. Who can have the better help from behind? Who's got more energy in their line? Sean, I want to ask you, when you're in races like this, would you rather be the leader or the pusher?
I've always liked being the pusher. Even though I feel like I'm bad at pushing personally, I've always liked being the pusher. I feel like you're in a little bit better seat, and you're not the one that has to throw the big block. You can be maybe a little bit on the offensive when coming to the checkered flag compared to the leader. I feel like when you're the leader, you tend to get caught up leading, and you make a dumb block, and it's all over pretty quickly.
Right now, Brian Bropes is maybe in the best position right behind the 05. That progressive machine has been up front all night long. We've run in leagues with Brian, and he is definitely a super speedway expert. Sean, we've seen him win multiple super speedway races in Slingshot Racing League, and right now looking like he might be poised to do just that here in the full-length FOL Daytona 500. Mercenary, have a good night. Appreciate you joining us for just a little bit. Appreciate you tuning in. Right?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, he was one of those cars that got involved in that caution and lost a lap, was Brian Bropes, and got that lap back with a lucky dog with one of those restart cautions, and here he is back up in the top 5 in contention to win. And I'm sure that 5 car is not far behind him, and that 5 car is another one who's got himself back on the lead lap in position to win. It wasn't long ago that both of these guys were stuck a lap down with steam coming out of their ears, and here they are getting into the last quarter of this Daytona 500, and they're up there in the top 10.
Right now, 158 laps left. Several cars back into contention. 15 cars now on the lead lap with the potential of many more if a caution were to fall in a timely way for these guys. Boy, I don't know where I'd want to be if I'd want to be the back of the pack right now, because I feel like the intensity is about to pick up when we cross over into the final 50 laps. That's generally when we talk about the energy picking up in the real life Daytona 500. Obviously, the lights have turned on here at Daytona. The sun is down, and the energy continues to pick up. Nathan Gentry with Nicholas Moffitt on that outside line, wiggling back and forth. But Moffitt's been able to provide quite a bit of a helping hand to the back of Nathan Gentry to push him up to right side by side with Michael Boyle in that 05. Gentry continues to impress here in that number 1 machine. One car coming down pit road a little bit further back.
A lot of these guys up
good
front,
to go.
some of them were up front for that first quarter of this race, like the 05 and the 11. And here we are in up 3 quarters into this race, and they are back up to the lead and back up running up front. And most of these guys have been up front for most of this race. So I expect some intensity to pick up, but these guys have the experience of running up front to keep it together.
Big move from Moffitt there. And that number 70 machine slingshotting by Gentry and just coming back down, claiming that position. Now Gentry to the back bumper of Lacayo there, but Moffitt won it down to the inside, and he took matters into his own hands there. Nicholas Moffitt in that green number 70 as the new leader right in front of Chris French. Chris French now trying to deal a little bit of drafting help to the back of that 70. A little bit loose, a little bit of a wiggle for Lacayo and Moffitt there as they lead their 2 lanes respectively down into turn number 1.
Lacayo was one of those guys that got back on the lead lap with that last yellow, and here he is not long after has driven himself straight to the front. He had shown a lot of aggression getting himself in position to get his lap back, and he's showing that same aggression to get himself to the lead of the Daytona 500.
Lacayo doing everything he can to mount what would be just one of the biggest comebacks in memory on Slingshot TV, from multiple laps down to potentially winning this full-length Daytona 500. Lacayo in second, Nathan Gentry now the leader. Nicholas Moffitt, that third car on the inside, he is third. That 87 machine, I'm trying to see how many laps that 87 machine is down right now.
I got him scored 1 lap down. He is in the lucky dog spot.
Yeah, 1 lap down. So doing everything he can to maintain that. He's hoping a caution comes out right now.
Well, he's
as long
racing
as it's
that
not
2
him.
car of Scott Drost. He's racing this 2 car right there. Scott Drost on the outside for that lucky dog, and now it's going to go to Scott for that. If that caution does come out, he'll be the one to get back on the lead lap. So that is the race for the lucky dog. And that purple car there of RJ Mercy, he's racing both of them. So they have also worked their way all the way to the front of this pack, just racing the 3 of them. So
and to complicate that, they got to work their way by this lap car.
Exactly. It's going to definitely mix things up as these guys fight for both the lead and the chance to get back on the lead lap at the very front of this pack.
Cars working their way by the number 32 lap car down the backstretch. No trouble there. He's got out of the way easily, no problem. Back at the front, bump drafting ensues. The number 87 bumping that number 1 of Nathan Gentry. That Red Bull machine has wings right now, doing everything he can to get back on the lead lap. Right now, doing a pretty good job with that.
Yeah, most definitely. He actually made a little bit of a dummy move on Justin Lacayo, had Lacayo go high, looked like he was going to follow him, and then he went back down and pushed Nathan Gentry. So right now he's sitting right behind the leader, shoving him along, and has firm grasp over that lucky dog position, as both the 2 cars he was racing are kind of stuck back there in that pack right now at the moment.
Jackson Samsell, I know there's some big fans in the chat right now. Rooting on Samsell, we heard from them a little bit earlier. Pushing Nathan Gentry, trying to get back on the lead lap, and right now doing a pretty good job. He is the lead lap car, but it's the lucky dog position, but he's got the number 22 of Adam Boyles, and he's also fighting for that. So, oh boy. Business is picking up,
went around. Yeah, the leaders actually just went around both this 19 and 22, and they got consumed by the pack, and now they're on the back bumper of this leader. And so the 22 is going to be racing the 87 for that lucky dog. And it kind of just happened instantaneous. You know, Nathan was in a great spot. Jackson was in a great spot, had the lucky dog all to himself. And next thing you know, that 22 gets sucked up into the pack. And here he is right on his door.
Boy, I think we have not begun to see the intensity that is going to ensue here. Watching this fight for the lucky dog. This has been the story really ever since that untimely caution, Sean. It's created a race within a race. I can't remember seeing anything like this in any of the Daytona races that I've called or even run, where there's been this race in the mid-pack and really beyond the mid-pack based on how many cars we have on the lead lap to really determine if these guys have a shot to win with 50 laps, you could be 2 laps down, still be back in it. We keep on talking about that. Ambiguity says Team Alliance is battling over the lucky dog. Absolutely. You got
That's a Troy Nissen in the 19.
Yeah, right now, Nathan
Gentry as the leader.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was muted. We've lost Ellis, and I believe Ellis is
Contact.
back. We
There
got a
goes
big
Gentry.
wreck. Gentry around. Huge wreck.
It's going to involve many cars that were on the lead lap, including the leader himself, Nathan Gentry. Not exactly sure how that all happened there coming down the back straightaway. Looked like maybe just a little bit of an errant push from the 05 behind them. They were up front racing for the lead, the two of them. And the 05 gets a big run coming down the backstretch here on the 1 car of Nathan Gentry and just gets a little sideways. I think he just had to check up for the 70 car, gets sucked up into the middle there and kind of just loses his bearings and gets run to the back of by the 05. A real kind of a racing incident out there. The first one that we've seen tonight that was just purely unavoidable from a couple aspects of it, but it's going to definitely hurt the 1 car's chances tonight because he has a whole bunch of damage and he has already taken that fast repair.
guys, can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you loud and clear, Ellis. Welcome back to the race.
Yeah, sorry. My computer is not used to going 350 plus miles at Daytona. I'm not sure what quite happened there, but we are back up and running. I appreciate you guys carrying it.
Hey, go put some water in it. Cool it down.
Yeah, no, I don't think that would be a good idea. But
So we're gonna look
yeah,
one
just
more
back
time
in time
here. We see
for a
that
race-changing
whole,
caution.
we see that whole outside line kind of move down to take the inside, and Nathan kind of gets out of line, gets into the 70. Hard hits for a lot of these cars. The 70 hard into the outside wall. See the 88 of James Stanforth. Peter Stewart once again involved again. You see the 31 of Randy Gross just trying to slow down, but man, just a huge incident here on around lap 150 here.
Yeah, poor Randy Gross. He got his lap. Oh, he was taken out of the race earlier in a big crash and has been involved in both wrecks since then, just as a victim. So feel for a little bit for that 31 car. He's kind of gotten a full experience tonight here at the 500.
1 car looked like the 33 is also just turned head on into the wall at the start finish line. Maybe locked the brakes up a little bit. So the night has continued to get worse for several of these drivers. It has been a race of attrition. But the good news, guys, is I don't know if this is good news or not, but we've got what I'm looking at is 17 or 18 cars back on the lead lap. Jeremy Dahl was going to be one of those before he careened into the tri-oval wall. So again, the cautions have been very timely for some. And it's going to make this race a little bit more exciting by increasing the amount of drivers that are in contention on the lead lap. And we are beyond the 75% mark of this race. So got pinball activities, according to Ambiguity in the chat, saying there's pinball activities going on. Absolutely. Shout out to Shane Coker in the chat as well. Appreciate you. And guys, Ron Knowles, who won the trading pack card giveaway, says give the cards to a kid. Make them happy. Who should we give them to? We're going to have to think about that.
We can't see who they are when they're typing comments on the stream. It's not like we know they're a kid.
That's true. If I were trying to get a trading card pack that might have a driver autograph, I would say I was a kid. So we'll figure that one out.
We try to hope they're going to kids instead of some 60-year-old guy living by himself with a $100,000 job, you know?
Hey, 60-year-olds need diecast too.
Yeah, I know. They can buy it.
Hey, in this economy.
Yeah, you're right. That's why I stopped buying them. Well, a couple lead
Those
lap
Lionel
cars
diecast are expensive.
they can get up there, trust me. Especially when you go, you're not buying new ones, you're buying stuff that's already way up in price,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
going to cut off real quick here just to big up one of our league admins here at the Slingshot Racing League, James Moore. I call him the Diecast King. He has a ton of them, and he put a lot of money into our series here for giveaways, including some of the ones up for grabs tonight, and trying to give back to the community a little bit. We really appreciate that, James.
That's what's up. That's always a pretty kind gesture, especially if we're just talking about how expensive they are. Well, now the caution's extended a little bit, just a quick run through of some of these lead lap cars. We are up to about 18 cars on the lead lap. The 70 car was up front racing for the lead. He's got a lot of damage. He's going to be limping around. The one car, Nathan Gentry's in the same boat. So we're going to have effectively 16 cars on the lead lap racing for the lead when we get back going here, with probably about 46 laps to go.
This is going to be intense, to say the least. On that note, these drivers are going to work their way around one more time before they get the one to go. Let's go ahead and take a quick break and hear from some of the leagues that you could potentially run with. If you're enjoying watching this racing, there's more of it. You can join a league. Their information is in the Discord. We got 3 leagues, and we're going to hear from a couple of those right now. We'll be back on the other end of this break.
Tonight's race is brought to you in part by Frontrunners Racing League. Welcoming drivers of all skill levels, the Frontrunners Racing League hosts multiple series throughout the week. With their Monday night ARCA series, Tuesday night short track series, or the upcoming Checkered Crown Challenge on Thursdays, there is always something fun to do at FRRL. To join the community and get on track, follow the link in the description or search Frontrunners Racing League on Facebook and Instagram. The Roden Plate Pomrat Golf Series. One of the most unique series on iRacing, the Roden Plate Series bridges the gap between the high banks and the S's. Running every Thursday night, the Pomrat Golf Series brings the heart-pounding roar of the best stock cars on the service to road courses all over the world. Join one of the friendliest communities on iRacing and get ready to turn left and right. Follow the link in the description and follow the Roden Plate Series on Facebook for more information. The Slingshot Racing League. From the short tracks of South Boston to the high banks of Daytona, Slingshot Racing League hosts a variety of series on Mondays and Wednesdays all year round. Join an ever-growing community of dedicated iRacers. With live broadcasts, giveaways, and custom championship trophies, there is something to fight for everyone. To sign up, follow the link in the description or head to Slingshot Racing League on Facebook and Instagram.
You are looking live at Daytona International Speedway. Ellis Thomas, John Signori, and Johnny Rapp here in the Slingshot TV booth. Folks, we have 45 laps left in this race. Less than 125 miles remaining in the FOL Daytona 500. 3 different leagues coming together. You heard from all 3 of them there. You can find their Discord information in the YouTube video description. Getting ready for what is set to be a wild finish. A wild finish. A lot of people talking about fuel potentially, whether drivers will be able to make it. Some drivers might try to make it, but we could be getting ready for some splash and goes late on in this race. We're not going to have to wait long to find out what's going to happen, though, because the pace car makes their way down pit road. It's going to be Chris French and Michael Boyles on the front row, bringing us back to green. French gets away cleanly. Boyles is going to be second. Robert Bropes and Justin Lacayo, they are second and third. Bropes in the 5 machine. That Terry Labonte throwback machine on the inside. There also goes Jackson Samsel in the 15 157, that inside line seems to have all the energy as they roll through turns 1 and 2, set to go down the backstretch here on lap 156.
Yeah, there was some contact actually right after the start-finish line between Lacayo and Robert Brost, and that kind of neutered that outside line really strong after coming off of turn 2. So they have to kind of rebuild a little bit of momentum that they lost in that deal. But I expect that outside line, we've seen the 06 be aggressive. I expect them to be up there fighting alongside that 53 here shortly. But here come a couple guys to pull up in front of them, knowing how fast that 06 might be.
Here goes Randy Gross, involved in an incident earlier, leading the way, got all that damage fixed, and he's back up at the top of the track, providing quite a bit of help for Justin Lacayo, as well as the number 22 machine not too far behind him. Down the inside is Jackson Samsell, and I believe that is the number 19, not too far behind Samsell. So a tale of multiple races going on here, multiple cars on multiple laps. But right now it's French, Lacayo, Boyles, and Brobst as your top 5.
Lacayo's going to get the run with the 31 around the 53. New leader, Justin Lacayo, in the 06. Behind him is going to be the 22 of Broyles, who cuts down right in front of the 53. Broyles is a car that's gotten his lap back twice tonight. So he's been going a lap down 2 separate times and got the lucky dog, or a timely caution, basically, 2 separate times. And here he is up in the top 5, racing for the win.
And Scott Drost in that black and gray number 2 machine, he's racing to be the first car a lap down. Right now, he's in that lucky dog position, working his way by Lacayo. He is hoping to stay there because if a caution comes out, he would be the recipient of the lucky dog. And how about Jeremy Dahl, Sean, in that number 33? Seemed like just a moment ago we were seeing him hit the wall in the tri-oval, and suddenly he's up to second place in that black and gold 33 machine on the outside, the first car on the outside. He needs a little help though, and it looks like it's going to come from the number, not sure if that's the number 0. I'm having a hard time making out that number 0 looks like.
Yeah, I believe that's a 35 right now on our scoreboard of Trevor McCoy. I believe it's a 0 on his car, though. As we have another incident going down to turn 1, there is a crash in the back of the field.
Oh, James Danforth looks like.
The 88 of James Danforth is one of them.
See if we can't happen to figure out what happened here on the replay.
I also see the 32 involved. Going down into the corner, Danforth middle 3 wide, gets into the 32, comes down just
That's
a little bit.
never going to work.
Yep, never going to work. Into the outside wall goes the 22. I'm sorry, the 88. 32 into the wall, and Peter Stewart in the 91, a lead lap car, a victim in the whole deal, just gets clipped getting by the wreck, and that's going to really add a couple minutes to his damage bill. And as we see, 3 cars done in one moment here at Daytona.
The damage bill definitely piling up. I wouldn't want to be responsible for paying any of that. But yeah, that move's never going to work. But you know what? You got to do what you got to do as you see the lap window closing down. So, you know, not going to try to cast too much blame. James Danforth, a great race car driver, but it is late in this Daytona 500, and we do crazy things at that point, right? You kind of blinded by seeing the trophy at the end of the race. Coming up just 40 laps left, and it's already been a long race so far. A lot of these drivers probably on the verge of a little bit of deliriousness. 17 cars on the lead lap. Stewart's going to get his lap back, but he's on pit road, so he's probably not going to sure if he used his quick repair or not on that. But definitely 16 cars on the lead lap. Jacob Phillips has earned his spot back onto the lead lap, Sean. So keep an eye out for that car. You saw him running up front earlier on in the evening. Nicholas Moffitt. I'm looking through this entire top 16, and pretty much every one of these cars has been up at the front at some point.
It's very true. It's been an up and down race for just about everybody with a car still out there tonight. And some of these cars, as you already know, have been involved in a couple of wrecks, and most of them have been a lap down at one point in this race. And that's all since halfway. So it's been up and down, and it's definitely going to get more up and down till the end of this race. And I'm still not convinced that one of these 16 might just be our winner tonight. We could have somebody else that's also a lap down come back out into this mix and potentially steal the show from them.
Anything can happen. I'm not ruling out anything. This one is going to be interesting. If you've been watching the whole time, God bless you. We can't thank you enough for being here. But we only have 40 laps left, 100 miles, now less than 100 miles left in the full-length Daytona 500 for Slingshot Racing League, Road and Plate, and Front Runners Racing League. 3 leagues coming together. And Sean, the story that I've kind of been thinking about all night is we've got guys from all 3 leagues running inside the top 10 right now, and it could be anyone's game. So bragging rights on the line, I would imagine that's going to play a role in how a lot of these guys race. And who knows? You could have 3 drivers from 3 different leagues crossing the line, within inches of each other based on how we've seen things go so far tonight.
Yeah, and at one point, that's going to go out the window with 10, 15 laps to go. They're not going to care which league you're from. They're just going to want to get in front of you no matter what.
The gloves are coming off, and right now working caution number 9 here at Daytona. Lap 161. Now less than 40 laps left in the book. They're going to come take the 1 to go this time by. Folks, I'm curious, if you're still watching, make sure you've hit that like button. That thumbs up button doesn't cost you a single thing. If you haven't hit the subscribe button, if you're not subscribed to Slingshot TV, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Doesn't cost you a thing either. Helps us out immensely, getting these drivers in front of more eyeballs. And we do this for absolutely free every single week, multiple times a week. So we love having you in the chat. We love communicating with you. We got folks chiming in right now. Ron Knowles says he's rooting on number 5, Boyles. That's his pick for the win tonight.
Pretty good pick.
Ambiguity talking about how the race stewards on iRacing can be a little questionable sometimes with the no caution calls. I definitely know that feeling.
That can happen here at Daytona as well. We've seen it a couple times tonight, but we haven't had a shortage of yellows either way, so we'll be all right.
Be all right. Hey, this kind of reminds me. 1974, Sean. You're my NASCAR trivia guy. I'm kind of wishing it was 1974 right now, and maybe these drivers might be wishing it was 1974 right now. What made the 1974 Daytona 500 unique? Do you know?
Yes, I do. 1974 was in the middle of the fuel crisis, and the Daytona 500 was shortened, I believe, by only 25 laps, which doesn't seem like it would make that big of a difference in the fuel crisis, but 25 laps shorter, I guess, is 25 laps shorter.
Symbolic. Stand in solidarity with the American people during that fuel crisis in 1974. You never surprised me, man, to impress me with your knowledge. I thought I was going to get you. I had a couple in here that's like, all right, I'm going to stump him. I'm going to give him something he doesn't know, but I should have known.
I might be wrong about the mileage that they shorted.
Yeah, you were. I think it was 20 laps that they ran less, but pretty much that doesn't matter. You knew it. So I think, in honor of Connor, who I think's gone to bed, I think we're still going to do this. The lights are out, and let's go ahead and do a crank it up on this restart, and just listen to the sights and sounds that these drivers are hearing first person inside these cars and off the walls here at Daytona. Let it breathe for just a lap or so and let you hear those horses in full sync. laps left here at Daytona, and the Boyles boys are up front. That's Adam Boyles and Michael Boyles. First and second, drafting nose to tail down the back straightaway with Brian Brobst and Chris French in tow, with Alex Pollock rounding out the top 5. Pollock, the first car to pull out to the outside line, see if he can bring anyone with him if Gary Steele wants to go along. The answer at this point seems to be no. Maybe Evan Janik will take a bite. He does. Janik and Pollock have worked oh so well together tonight, Sean. I got a question for you, though. Who's impressed you the most tonight?
I gotta say, it's probably that 05 of Michael Boyles. He's been up front since the green flag, was able and has maintained that top 5 position for this whole race. He's the only one I haven't seen either go a lap down or go down pit road and lose a bunch of spots. He's been up front this whole race and has done a great job keeping that nose clean, and we know he has that fast repair in his back pocket. And even though he just got passed for the lead, here he is with his, I assume, relative in the 22. Don't know if it's his brother or not, but they're going to be working nose to tail for the rest of this way. And I think that's what he wants to see in front of him, is a big ally he can work with to potentially win the Daytona 500.
Teamwork really going to come into focus here. The 2 cars on the outside line, the red and the blue cars, that's Pollock and Janik, their teammates. The 2 black and blue cars on the inside, those are the Boyles. We don't know if they're brothers or cousins, but they are definitely aligned. And then one thing we haven't talked about, I think you got Brian Brobst in the blue progressive car back there, 4th car in the inside line, and Chris French right in front of him. They both race in Slingshot Racing League, so I'd imagine they're communicating together in the same chat as well. So at least 3 different leagues, 3 different teams kind of teaming up here, and that could be a difference maker as we get ready to come to lap 167 with just 34 laps left. Top 4 now single file. Pollock and Janik lead the way. The outside line, though, picking up a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, look who is back there pushing the 22. It's Jeremy Dahl in that 33 car back up into the top 10. We've seen him go a lap down at the start, lost 2-3 laps in the midst of this race, got involved in just about 2 or 3 wrecks, and here he is back out there on the lead lap in contention to win this thing, pushing the guy who was just leading a second ago. So that is probably the comeback of the night so far with that 33 car, because this race went sideways at the beginning, and here he has been able to basically persevere and put himself back in position to win this race.
Look at that number 79 of Gary Steele moving through the bottom, that black and purple machine. Now 4th in line. Also impressive run so far. Not sure if he's got teammates out there, but really good work so far for Steele. He's fought his way back through adversity as well, as many of these drivers inside the top 15 have. Currently working lap 168, and we're showing a total of 20 cars on the lead lap. So, Sean, that number has continued to climb over the past 20 laps or so. And look at that outside line. French and Brobst teammates forging to the front. French with a head of steam on the outside as they draw even with Janik and Pollock.
The majority of these guys in that 20 positions, they're the ones that got their laps back. Those guys that were able to stay on the lead lap, most of them are wrecked out of this race. And here we have a whole set of different group of 20 guys up here racing for this lead, and most of these dudes were 1 or 2 laps down. It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable indeed. And one question I've got, Sean, we've kind of been watching this now for nearly 170 laps, close to 400 miles. Is there a line that you like better? If we're coming down the last lap, what line do you want to be on?
Well, I'm a bottom feeder myself. I feel like on the bottom you can really control it. You can always go up to the top in a pinch. But the top has been very strong all race long. We've seen somebody get out front, and they're usually not able to hold it for more than a couple laps when these guys are racing hard. It's been a conveyor belt of people moving to the front from the top. So I imagine the top's where the move's going to be made, and that's where the strength lies right now here at the moment.
Well, that was a big move made from Brian Brobst to slot between the 53 and the 92. That's about as close as you get, and they continue to beat and hammer on the back bumpers and front bumpers of each other here, ladies and gentlemen, as they work their way down the backstretch. Those cars are moving up and down, sideways down the backstretch, and Look at the outside line with a head of steam led by the two Boyles. They've got that number 70, the number 87 of Samsel along with them. They had a big run, like they were shot out of a cannon down the backstretch, and that's how quickly things can change here. In a moment's notice at Daytona, now 30 laps left in the Daytona 500.
And as we said it, that top line is showing a lot of strength. It dissipates and it goes away, but then 2 or 3 laps later, it's got new players in it, and they move themselves right up to the front. It just seems to be happening time and time again, over and over and over. So I guess whoever jumps into that top line with about 2 or 3 laps to go and is able to maintain that run, they're going to see the move be made right up there.
Butler, another name that has joined the fray, back in 5th position, the number 96. That green and gold machine fought his way back up to the top 5. He was a familiar face there, held station early in the top 10, but he's back up there running with the rest of the lead lap cars. Don't mark Butler out of it. Any one of the top 20 on the lead lap could potentially walk away with a win here before the end of the night. Folks, let us know who you think is going to win this race. As we are getting down to the wire, as they say, the pay window has opened. These drivers have been racing for over 400 miles, and we are getting ready to enter into the last 100 miles of this race. Boy, I don't think we've seen anything yet. There's some of that momentum that you mentioned, Sean, building on the outside, but it stalls out when they get into the corner, and that 87 kind of backs off the back bumper of the number 22 of Boyles.
He's backing off just a little bit too much to gain a lot of ground, but those are 2 fast cars in front of him, the 22 and the 05. I think that line's going to have no problem getting up to the front just because of who's leading it.
Speaking of leading, Chris French and that number 53 out front right now, leading Brian Brobst, Alex Pollock, and Evan Janik. Your top 4, they're single file, and that is seemingly 2 sets of teammates further behind. You've got Dylan Butler, but right behind him, that's the first 2 wide battle, Gary Steele and Michael Boyles. Will that outside line get the momentum going? There's a shot from the back of front bumper of Boyles. He got a helping hand from Samsel, but again, they just can't go anywhere. Sean, at what point do you have to maybe consider a change in which car is leading that outside line?
Oh, they're going to be stubborn of it, and they're going to consider the change when someone pulls up in front of them and becomes the new leader of the outside line. That's just kind of what happens to it. Whenever you kind of want to make a change, somebody in front of you does it.
Folks in the chat here, Ron Knowles wondering when the next race are. We do this Monday, Wednesdays, and Thursday nights on Slingshot TV. Johnny Rapp says it's fixing to get wild in here. Lots of comments in the chat. NASCAR Signorian here as well. Boy, there's a big move on the outside. Pollock pushes French up the track. French still holds the lead, but Pollock and Janik, they've separated French from his teammate of Brian Brobst. Do they have him exactly where they want him, Sean?
I think so. As you see, Evan Janik move himself down to the bottom line. Oof, Alex Pollock trying to make a small move. That's going to be a wreck.
Big crash. The 2 leaders taken out. But it looks like everyone... Butler goes over a ramp of grass, but everyone else looks like they made it through that in one piece, Sean. Wow. Miraculous. We got lucky there to only have 2 cars involved.
It's very, very true. Looked like Alex Pollock, as you said, they had him right where they wanted him, and he tries to make a little bit of a lazy move to the bottom to follow Evan Janik. And the 53 is just following him step for step, and they just make a little bit of contact in a bad spot. As the 53 comes down to throw the block, it just gets a little sideways, back down into Pollock, into the wall. They both go. A lot of damage for the 53, not a lot of damage for the 92. But that's the first wreck I think we've seen the 53, and he might still have that fast repair in the pits. Not too sure about the 92, though.
Yeah, he's had a super clean race. Chris French, that 53 has. And you mentioned it, French does, I believe, I'm just looking here, and check our quick repairs. Yeah, you said he had a quick repair, right?
Yeah, I believe the 53 did, but I'm not sure about Alex. 92.
Pollock has not used his quick repair either, so they are not out of this. Neither one of those drivers, as we watch on board with Boyles. Boy, that was a view and a half from that number, I believe that was the number 05.
Yeah, both him and Evan Janik about wrecked right there. I think another car actually hit the inside wall getting through the wreck. It might have been the 33 of Jeremy Dahl. I'm not exactly sure. But there was another car that kind of went sliding down to the inside there and smacked the wall really hard. Might even have been a 3-car wreck.
Working lap 176 right now. 25 laps left. 1/10, the final eighth of the race, maybe? I'm not a math teacher, but we're getting towards the end, folks. It has been a long night here on Slingshot TV, but this finish, I think, is going to make it absolutely worth it. Evan Janik scored currently as your leader. Michael Boyle second, Adam Boyles third, Brian Brobson, Jackson Samsel rounding out the top 5. I'm looking at fuel. I think we are going to be... I don't know if we're going to be good, actually. These guys have 15 laps of fuel. They last came in on lap 161, Sean. That is 30. That's almost 40 laps. That is what we believe the fuel window was.
Yeah, I believe that it is a little bit tight. But if they were really, really tight on fuel, I believe most of these guys would have just pitted no problem this time around. Especially with this many laps to go, you can make a lot of moves in 25 laps. So I think everybody not pitting right now is a pretty big tell in that position. So I think they're good to go.
So fuel maybe not going to be an issue here right now. Drivers working their way around. And let's just talk a little bit about Brobst and Boyles, third and fourth. Brian Brobst and Adam Boyles, they were involved in major incidents earlier on in the evening. They have fought their way back onto the lead lap and have seemingly somehow made it back into the top 5. They've done a heck of a job doing so, but they've given up their quick repair to do just that. Gary Steele also and Justin Lacayo, they fought their way back, but they've used their quick repair. That's a big disadvantage, especially considering what we saw just happen to Chris French and Alex Pollock.
We're going to see a couple more big wrecks, whether it's on the last lap or whether it's with 10 laps to go. It can happen at any point from here on out. So yeah, I'd say not having that fast repair is a pretty big disadvantage. But at the same time, the fact that these guys are even up here in position to be where they are right now is quite miraculous. Like 7 out of the top 10 has been a lap down or more at one point.
Got a couple questions in the chat. What happens if the race ends under caution, Michael Barrier asked. Well, Johnny, you might be able to chime in with this. I know we've got at least one green-white checkered finish, correct? Do we have more than one setup?
Yep, it is 3. So we'll have 3 attempts at that green-white checkered if it comes down to that. And yeah, hey, I mean, that's all you get. If we get that far, which, hey, man, it's already a long enough race, but yeah, I mean, third chance is the last chance, and you got to make that one count if it comes down to it.
Yeah, trust me, if we get 3 green-white checkers into this, you're going to want it to be over. I think the drivers would probably agree with that as well. Right now, grouping it back up for a restart, and it's going to be a 22-lap shootout here at Daytona. On the inside, it's going to be Evan Janik. He's chosen the inside line as the leader in the control car on this restart. Michael Boyles, that 05 who has been so fast tonight, is going to be starting on the outside. Behind them, Brian Brobst is that blue number 11 on the inside with the other Boyles. That's Adam Boyles on the outside. And I think it should be no surprise that those 2 cars on the outside are teaming up, as we do believe they are related. Behind them, Jackson Samsel has stayed fairly clean most of the night, has not had to take a quick repair in that Red Bull machine. He's going to be starting 5th. Gary Steele in the number 79, the man of steel. Can he complete a comeback of the evening after being involved in multiple incidents earlier and come out on top? We'll find out here shortly. Justin Lacayo, Jeremy Dahl, also cars that have fought back through adversity. Justin Lacayo, I believe, Sean, was he 2 laps down at one point?
I believe so, yeah. I think he was 2 laps down, got one of them on a wave around, and then was the lucky dog. Actually, he had fought his way and got the caution that he needed out in front of the pack and got another lap that way, which is, quite a fun way to do it, and you can kind of wear a little bit of a badge, it's like a badge of honor. I got my lap back the hard way.
The bumper sticker. Hey, Michael Berry asked in the chat, what's the most amount of cautions you've ever seen in a race? I think I've seen like 17 or 18.
I think
right now, getting set for the restart. Oh boy, Janik brought him down slow, Sean, but they get going. Brian Bropes right on the back bumper of Evan Janik with Jackson Samsel behind, but the Boyles up top. That is Michael and Adam Boyles. They get together, and that outside line begins to move. Samsel likes the progress it's making. He jumps up there with Justin Lacayo. That's where the energy is, the outside line. 4 cars deep. They are going to have a shot to take the outside line to the front, down the back stretch.
Especially with the 11 and the 71 a little bit broken up. That's going to put a lot of momentum in their lap, and by the end of the straightaway, they are side by side for the lead. I'm telling you, this 05 and 22, they got a lot of speed. That 05's been up front all night. He lost some track position here in the pack a couple laps ago, and here he is already back up to the front with the push he needs behind him coming from his buddy.
Hey, Dustin Bali in the chat with Road Plate saying they are twin brothers. I think that's an unfair advantage. Twin brothers, they got like an ESP thing going on potentially up there. Twins think alike. They know what each other are going to do. So, hey, they're using it right now, and it's definitely showing on the track. Jackson Samsel delivered a big blow to the back of that number 22 down the front straightaway, and that has propelled those twin brothers towards the front. Look at Samsel. I would say, curious if Dustin Bali in the chat might know. Is Samsel a road and plate guy as well as the Boyles twins are? Let us know in the chat. Justin Lacayo a little bit further back, and there's some 3-wide action going back further in the pack. Nathan Gentry a little bit further back there.
There have been some pretty big checkups the last lap as well.
Gentry! Big trouble, a couple cars. Randy Gross, the 32, the 84, pile up on the front straightaway. Sean, it might have been another case of the commentator's curse.
I think it might have been. It started up a little front of Nathan Gentry. Looked like between the 31 and the 32. 32 kind of just gets a little loose in the lane, moves up in front of the 31. And at the same time, he gets in the back of the 1 car when he comes up here. And that kind of sends the 1 car flying. Even that little bit of a tap really sent Nathan into the wall. And kind of a little bit of an insequential crash. But the 32 is pretty beat up. The 1 car is pretty beat up. And that 84 is done.
Unfortunately for the 84, Abraham Kalufa going to be out of the race. I believe he had already used his quick repair. So again, got a couple laps in there, but the war of attrition continues. Right now, looking at the number of lap cars we have on lead lap 19, I believe Trevor McCoy might be the lucky dog recipient that time in that number 35 machine, getting his lap back. So
okay,
we'll take a look. Working caution. I've lost count. I think we're on caution number 12 right now. Lap 181. 20 laps left here from Daytona, folks. It is going to be a wild, wild race. Some more information coming in the chat about these, just a little bit of biographical information. Samsel and the Boyles are all Front Runners Racing League. Jackson Samsel is the founder of Backmarkers. Road and Plate is mostly made up of former backmarker drivers. So Road and Plate and Backmarkers represented well. Front Runner Racing League represented well. Slingshot Racing League got a couple drivers up there as well. So the battle of the leagues continues here in Daytona, folks. Getting set up for a wild, wild finish. There's going to be less than 20 laps left. Working the caution here.
I'm going to add to that. We also have quite a few members of the NSRLA or Mystic Racing League, wherever they have come from. And Evan Janik, Pollock, and I believe we have one more in there. So really, it's kind of a conglomeration of about 5 different leagues here tonight. and every one of them is ready to try to take home the checkered flag for their league.
Yeah, it's all leagues have been well represented, and all leagues have, I'm pretty sure, had drivers crash out, and all leagues still have some drivers left. So the action has not been in short supply tonight here at Daytona, working lap 183. Folks, it's been a long night. If you're still sticking with us or you're just joining us, we're having a good time. We hope you are too. We're going to have an amazing finish, I would imagine, here before too long. We're running out of time, though. We got 18 laps left. I think the energy is only going to continue to build. Oh, boy, Sean, I don't know who to pick. I don't know who I think is positioned the best. I'm looking back at Alex Pollock and Chris French. They're back in 14th and 15th. They were pretty fast before they got into each other.
There's still a long way to go. They could easily put themselves back up front. And just a couple good moves into the top line, a couple timely moves, and they'll be right back up front. So I wouldn't put it past anybody in this top 15 to put themselves in position. And a lot of the times we've seen it here in Daytona, it comes down to just missing the wreck on the last lap. Never mind missing the ones from lap 1 to 199. So it could all come down to just whoever is on the bottom on the last lap at the end of this deal. So anything can happen. I wouldn't put it past any one of these guys to end up a winner tonight.
One of those drivers who has a shot is Dylan Butler, currently situated in the 9th position. We're going to see if we can't get a word with Dylan real quick. I'm going to check in with him. I'll be right back.
Dylan was one of those cars up in the top 5 around the halfway point of this race. Went a lap down, I believe, and came back. And here he is in contention to win this race, as Ellis has probably brought him back up in here with him.
All right, Dylan Butler. This is Ellis, Sean, and Johnny in the Slingshot TV booth. You got a copy?
Yes. How's it going?
Oh, it's going well, man. You've been running 9th. It has been kind of an up and down sort of night. Talk to us about the energy out there and what the environment has felt like. It's felt like it's been pretty chaotic most of the night.
Yeah, there's quite a few people you don't want to be around, and there's a few people you want to be around, and it just that we all get mixed up, and it's very chaotic.
Who are you looking to work with as the laps kind of wind down here? Who you think your best chances to work with are?
The 11 and the 5, and they're the ones around me at least. So,
what league are you out there representing tonight?
Road and Plate.
Roger that, man. Well, I know you're doing Dustin Bali proud. He's in the chat rooting you on, and we're going to let you get out there, get locked in for this, what might be a final restart, but maybe not. Good luck. We'll be watching that number 96.
All right, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. So you heard it, Sean.
Yeah,
Go
one
ahead.
thing he said is, you know, he wants to work with that 5 car and the 11 car. And those aren't even guys in his leagues. Those are just fast cars that he has noticed throughout this race that are really fast and good pushers and guys he wants to work with. So like I said earlier, which league you're from doesn't matter at this point. You're working whoever looks like is fast and steady and somebody that you can trust to be there with you all the way to the end.
And right now, we're inching closer towards the end. Pace car leading the field through turns 3 and 4, getting ready for 16 laps to go. That is when the green will fly. Currently, Michael Boyles is scored as your leader. His twin brother, Adam Boyles, to the outside. And we'll go ahead and find out what's going to happen. Pace car makes that turn down pit road. The 05 is the control car in that restart zone, brings him down. Green flag waves, and that was definitely a coordinated start between those brothers. Adam jumps right to the back of the 05, brings it down into the inside line, and they get a pretty good jump on the rest of the field. Jackson Sam still going to bring Evan Janik with him. Biggest loser on that restart might have been Justin Lacayo, Sean. He's strung up on the outside with absolutely no help behind other than one car, but the energy just isn't there.
The energy was not there with him. They all kind of bailed on him and left him out there to fend for himself. But the line is reforming back together as Michael Boyles moves up to put a block on Evan Janik with Brian Brose tucked in behind him. We're right back into this 2-wide racing for the lead. But now we got the Boyles brothers side by side running 1-2.
Super impressive run by those brothers leading the front right now, but Janik and Brian Bropes on the outside. That's where the energy lies at the moment. They get a little bit of separation from that blue number 11 progressive machine of Bropes. Now Janik jumps to the inside. The Boyle, the 05, Michael Boyles is alone with no twin in sight, and he's going to fall back to 4th, maybe even 5th. Suddenly, the twin is there. Adam is to the inside, but he's going to jump up to the top to help out his brother. Man, they are moving and shaking, Sean, here into turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, big block by Brian Bropes on the 22, who made the move to the top lane. He followed him right up to the top to try to move himself around Evan Janik to take this lead back for the 11. And not far behind him on the inside line is his cousin Robert, who you're going to want to see. He's going to want to see in his mirror here very shortly.
Oh boy, so close. Sean, what kind of impact does the side draft have? Does the driver on the top have any sort of advantage if he get down right next to the right side of the car underneath him?
Most definitely, and you can also use the side draft to break apart some of the cars on the bottom and split up 2 cars that are kind of hooked up together. And that's one thing I've seen a couple of these guys do so far tonight. The side draft can really be something that can be played with, and guys who are really good at it are guys that win a lot of these plate races.
Right now, you got 20 drivers on top of each other, all wanting to win this plate race. The FOL Daytona 500, multiple leagues sending drivers to represent and carry the league banners, and so many of those drivers have a chance to win. But Brian Bropes is in the best position right now with a big shot from the front bumper of Adam Boyles to propel him cleanly to the front. Those first 2 cars single file. Janik now trying to join that scrum on the inside line, bringing Butler, who we heard from during that caution. Dylan Butler along the way, and Dylan has looked to work with the number 11 and the number, oh, there goes Brian Bropes on his own down through the back straightaway infield. We're going to continue on. No caution. They're going to let him race it out here. Coming to 12 to go.
Brian just got a little out of shape with the big push coming behind him. Moved up a lane. The 22 kind of got sucked underneath him. Brian comes back down and spins himself across the nose, and caution is out.
The caution is going to come out. Not sure why we had the caution. It was a single file spin.
Yeah, the caution didn't come out because of Brian, I don't think. I'm not sure what the caution did come out for, but it did come out from the trigger. Somebody didn't throw it.
Yeah, let's see if we can't figure out maybe what might have happened there.
Alex Pollock with some damage. I don't see anything myself. What's the 35 maybe? Trevor McCoy.
Yeah, we're looking to see if we can't figure out what brought that caution out. If it was maybe just the right way that Brian kind of slid back onto the surface. Nothing intentional or anything, but the iRacing stewards can be a little weird.
Yeah, he was way down on the apron, though, so that's kind of surprising if it was.
That's going to put Ryan Hinkle, I believe, as the lucky dog. He's in the 20th position. We'll see if we can't figure out what brought that caution, because it was an iRacing caution. It wasn't thrown by any admin in the race. We got record of that. But yeah, Ryan Hinkle will be awarded, it looks like, the lucky dog. This one, that'll put 20 cars on the lead lap, and this is going to set us up for a restart with just less than 10 laps left. Boy, things are going to get tense here, and that might have been a big break for Brian Bropes in that number 11, who went down a nice little vacation, a trip, maybe not nice for him, down the backstretch chicane there through the what used to be grass, now newly paved. But
you said it might have been a big break. It definitely was. He's going to be back up front in the pack for these last little run to the finish. So he still just has as good a shot as anybody. And we've seen him move his way from the back to the front very, very quickly. So I wouldn't count that 11 car out by any means whatsoever. and he got no damage out of that deal, so he did a great job. And I've seen Brian race in the Wednesday league that I do for you guys. He's had a rough start to the year, so to see that 11 car come home with a good finish tonight would be good to see.
It would be. I'm trying to figure out what exactly happened. I was just going back to look at the 11. Yeah, and there's nothing.
The 11, the 32's coming up on him. The 32 was a lap down, driving around, and he was coming full speed. And the 11 was just stopped on the apron, so I guess that was what triggered it. But surprised it actually did that, considering he was on the apron and not the racing line. But lucky for the 11 either way.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. So appreciate the insight there from the ambiguity, giving us a little bit of insider baseball in the chat right now, folks. Going to do one final giveaway in the chat here in just a couple of laps. We're giving away, final giveaway is going to be an Alex Bowman and William Byron diecast pack. Smaller, little 187th scale diecast, but pretty cool nonetheless. So make sure you are getting your comments into the chat, and we'll award that diecast pack, that Hendrick Motorsports diecast pack here shortly. We're first time seeing Slingshot TV. Great broadcast. I appreciate it. We're tired, though. Our broadcasts aren't normally this long. I'm not sure if it's Watwer, but we're glad you joined us nonetheless. Boy, I don't know about you, Sean, but this has been a long night, but it's been fun.
It definitely has been fun. These guys have put on a great show. We've seen a lot of goofy things go down. We've seen some crazy moves. We've seen some great racing, and we've seen some cars on the comeback trail. So be interesting to see who comes out on top at the end of this, because I'm sure every single one of these guys has a hell of a story to tell.
Hey, one thing I want to mention, we got John Rapp in the chat saying he's got his eyes on that 12 of Dylan Potts, and Dylan has started back in 37th, but he's been involved in a couple of incidents, got that damage repaired, and he's up to 12th, so kudos to Dylan Potts working his way up into the fray here. That 12 is not out of it, and quite honestly, we've got 20 cars that can win this race, guys. We got 20 cars, and it's going to be 9-lap shootout here, folks. You're just tuning in, don't go anywhere. This is going to be a wild finish. Send the link to your friends and family if they enjoy racing. We've been at it we started this broadcast at 9 o'clock. It's been 3.5 hours, but we're finally reaching the moment where we're going to know the winner. And it's been a true test of endurance, not only for the racers out there, but the broadcast team. Johnny, I appreciate you being in here as well and just absolutely crushing it with the hard work you were doing behind the scenes.
Johnny's done a great job tonight. He's been a whole lot happening, and he's been up on top of it even faster than we've been.
We're doing the best we can, but I'll tell you what. Hey, you all can give me this. I'm going to call the green flag here. I'll give it back to you after that, but we're coming through turns 3 and 4 with just coming to 8 laps to go here, 9 laps to go. And we got Evan Janik up front. That number 71, we're used to seeing that car up front in the NSRLA series. And we're going to see if he's able to hang on to this thing. Who's going to get the jump? 71 on the inside, the 22 on the outside. Adam Boyles, he gets a pretty good jump there with, man, I tell you what, some help from Dylan Butler behind, and they're side by side down the front stretch into turn 1.
It's a great
Johnny,
call
I
there,
like your
Johnny.
cadence.
Yeah,
very
I wonder why
Ken
he doesn't do that more
Squire-esque.
often. Yeah,
It's a very
Maybe
calming voice, which we need right now.
Time. Yeah.
We really do.
You want to do the last 8 laps? I'm kidding.
Yeah, I'm out of here. I'm going to bed. Now I'm going to sit here and watch what is going to be an amazing finish. Look at Robert Brobst up to the top line. Ducks out of the line right in front of the number 12 of Dylan Potts. And there goes the number 22 of Adam Boyles. He thinks better of it. He sees the momentum in that outside line with Robert Brobst. He shuts it down fast as they come down the front straightaway. Racing towards 8 laps to go here in Daytona after nearly 500 miles.
That was a big block there out of the 22 on Robert Brobst, and Robert's going to want to get around him, and there he goes. I know that probably might not have even made Robert very happy right there, because that was a last lap block with 8 laps to go, and he was not going to waste any time getting around that 22. And here he is back up front where he was at the beginning of this race. Robert Brobst back in position to win this race.
Adam Boyles on the outside with Dylan Potts in tow. Gary Steele, that third car on the outside line. That outside line's losing a little bit of momentum. The energy is shifting towards the inside line. Dylan Butler and Evan Janet, they got to be careful, though, not to bump each other too hard. Meanwhile, we got 3 wide potentially going on in the middle of the pack. Will that number 2 of Scott Dross think better of it? He does. We've settled it out 2 by 2, but it's 10 rows deep of 2 by 2 as they set sail down into turn 1.
And who is the first person to panic? You can feel the panic setting in from some of these guys about 10th place back. They know they need to get to the front. The laps are ticking down. The opportunity to get yourself in position to win is going by the wayside with every moment. As you see somebody like Brian Brobst go to the very top to make a 3rd lane, at one point that's got to have to be an option for some of these guys that are not in these top 5 positions.
2 by 2, there's a couple 3 wide battles, but look out, there goes Adam Boyles to the front. He's got Dylan Potts with him. They almost took bumpers. Will Potts stick with him? No. Potts goes to the high line. He's got Gary Steele not too far behind. Help is on the way. Will Boyle be able to keep it down in the bottom, or will Probst go by? Oh, the number 12 gets hooked. Somehow Potts hangs on to it.
That's going to stack them all up, and we got a crash in the back. Jeremy Dahl involved, the 11 car involved. Caution is out. That was just a stack up that went all the way to the back of that pack. The 84 involved as well. He has had a lot of damage to that car tonight. It's about 10 laps down right now at the moment.
And boy, Abe got turned again in the chat. I think Abraham's been involved in pretty much every crash we've had tonight, not of his own making.
We check out the replay here. There's Abe at the top line, the 33, and the 84 just make a little bit of contact. And then Abe gets tapped from behind by Brian Brobst, goes for a little bit of a spin, and wraps it back up right in front of him into the wall. They both go. Not what the 11 car needed. We saw him on the comeback trail, was kind of making some big moves back there, trying to go 3 wide top and 3 wide middle and just try to get himself back up towards the front. And it just bit him that one time going down to turn 2.
And if you were looking a little bit further behind, it was Alex Pollock who delivered a shot to the 11 that kind of pushed. You'll see it here as he pushes into the number 84. He was getting hit at the same time by the number 92 of Alex Pollock. So again, this is just not restrictor plate racing, super speedway draft track racing. This is how it goes. You got to go at the last minute. There were 5 laps left. Now we're going to have what is going to almost be a green-white checkered finish. Justin Bally in the chat wonder over/under on this race finishing at 1 a.m. I say under. I don't think we're going to go till 1 a.m. I say we get the checker flag before 1. What about you, Sean?
I'd say so. We got a half hour to do what could be 5 laps. I think we're in the money.
I think we'll make it. I'll take that bet any day.
Yeah, you know Vegas. I just gotta say, Mr. Baldy, Civic. If you did all the Vegas odds, we'd be millionaires.
Right? Let's see. This is going to give us 19 cars in the lead lap. Brian had already used his quick repair, so I think Brian is really going to be in trouble here. I think it's going to put us down to 18 cars that probably likely have a shot. RJ Murphy, I'm looking at that black and purple machine. Yeah, honestly, like, even Sean, Alex Pollock hasn't used his quick repair yet. Several drivers have not used their quick repair. Boy, you got 18 cars that can win this race, guys.
Most definitely. Any single one of these guys can, especially with the mess that's coming after that white flag waves. You and I both know it's going to happen. There's going to be... I highly doubt whoever takes the white flag as the leader is going to come back around to win this race.
Oh, yeah. I would not want to be the leader when that white flag waves. So catching folks up, it's been a wild night. We started this night at 9 o'clock. That's when the green flag waved over the FOL Daytona 500. Multiple leagues kind of clashing against each other here. The battle of the leagues as it was branded. And we've had a lot of cautions, but we also had a lot of good green flag racing as well. More green flag racing than not tonight. And these drivers who are up here right now have fought through every bit of adversity that has been thrown at them. They've gotten their damage repaired, and a couple drivers have stayed clean most of the night. Robert Brobst has stayed clean. Evan Janik has stayed fairly clean. Jackson Samsel, 3 cars in the top 10 haven't really had any serious damage. Is that an advantage for those guys at all?
It's a little bit of an advantage for sure, but I think at this point, most of these guys, if they've had damage, they've gotten it all fixed. So they're about just as clean as anybody else out there. But those 3 guys that you mentioned, those are also all 3 guys that lost their lap in that mid-race caution in the middle of the field's green flag pit stops. And here they are, all 3 of them, got their laps back, put themselves in position, and coming into a natural green-white checkered, they're going to have just as good a shot as anybody.
1 lap to go. It's going to put us at I'm not sure if it's going to be an official green-white checkered or not. It's going to put us going green at lap 199.
So we'll have a natural green-white checkered.
Yeah, it'll be a natural green-white checkered. If we need 3 more, we'll have them. But hopefully, once we see that white flag, that's essentially it. They'll race back to the line if a incident were to happen. So as long as we see the white flag, if they can make it 1 lap, we'll have a race to the finish first time around. So, all right, boys, I'm going to ask you, who's your pick? Who is your pick? Sean, we'll let you go first.
I think I'm going to go with that 5 car, Robert Brobst. He's shown a lot of speed. He's shown the ability to make good moves. I think he's going to be pushing this 12 car. We've seen the bottom line really flex some muscle on the restarts, and I think these 2 might just break away just a little bit from those guys on the top. And that's going to allow Robert to get to that top line when it gets to them to make the move to win this race.
Johnny, who you got?
Well, I already made my pick, and right now he's in the lead. I think he was about back in 12th place right now, but Dylan Potts is looking really strong in that number 12 car. That body armor, Ryan Blaney-esque paint scheme. Kind of been lurking in the shadows until the last couple laps here, but definitely putting heat on here when it counts.
I like that 71 of Evan Janik sitting back in 7th position. Got my money on that 71. So 3 different picks. I think any one of those 3 cars can win. Any of the top 20 cars can win. We're going to get the green flag here, and then the next time by, we will get the white flag, folks. This is it. It is going to be an exciting conclusion and climax to the FOL Daytona 500 that started 3.5 hours ago. We're getting ready to see the conclusion. Who will take home the trophy? Pace cars off. They go into the restart zone. 1 car, a little bit trigger happy there. That's Samsel on the outside. He gets it back in line. I don't think we're going to see a black flag there. But right now, Brobst tucked up behind Dylan Potts, but it's all Adam Boyles. He moves to the bottom. He's going to leave Gary Seal all alone at the top with Dylan Butler not too far behind. Drivers wiggling all over the place. They've got to make it half a lap more to the start-finish line if we're going to see this thing through. They head down the back straightaway. Dylan gets turned there, the number 96, and we're not going to make it. 10, 12 cars torn up in that one, guys.
That was certainly a big crash. It started with Dylan Butler there in the middle lane. Pulled down low to make a move as he gets spun out again, trying to get going there by Jeremy Dahl. Jeremy Dahl never misses a wreck, that is for sure. But the 96 car there just went for a move into the middle lane and got hooked by the car behind him, I believe. Set off a big incident, a track blocker. Just one more for good measure to add to the list tonight.
Yeah, they almost had made it half a lap more and we would have been there, but that's how it goes. You know, we talked about this, especially at this point in the race, right? Especially at this point, coming to the white flag, there should be no surprises, right? You're just doing what you got to do. All rules are out the window pretty much. You've been racing for 497 and a half miles.
Just a sad way to end the night for some of these guys. They had some great speed. They led some laps, showed what they can do. And here they are at the very end with the pay window just about opened. And they're sitting on pit road with the meatball. See Evan Janik there just getting into the back. And there goes the 87. That's Trevor Trevor Ward right there sliding. Robert Gross involved. Pretty good job here by Michael Boyles to get through all that. He's trying to get up there with his twin brother, who took the lead on that little bit of a cycle there on the green flag. The 22 and the 79. I called the inside line to flex, and the outside line's the one that flexed. It's like they heard me. Plotted against what I said, and the 22 and the 79 just rocketed it off turn 2. Got Adam the lead, and Gary's sitting on second right now on this restart. It's going to be on the front row.
Sean, I want to challenge you. I'm going to ask you, has your mind changed at all on whether you want to be on the inside or outside? I think I like the outside.
You know, it's anybody's game now, and I feel like it's more important which line has the car in second and third spot. That's going to be more important, and I feel like that outside line might be in pretty good position with that 05 of Michael Boyles in 6th spot. He's going to be pushing that 19 very hard when they come across to get that green flag, and that push is going to go to the back of the 79. But does the 05 kind of lay back and not to help those guys, to help Adam out? I'm not sure. But I think with that 05 being one of the fastest cars all night, I'd want to be in the line in front of him.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Really considering how teammates are going to work together. Those twins have been so good over the course of these first 200 laps or so as we go into overtime here in the FOL Daytona 500. They've been so good, whether it's telepathy, ESP, or they just race around each other a lot. I fully expect those two to be hooked up in some capacity before we see the checkered flag. I can't imagine that they're not going to be. One dark horse I want to talk about, Gary Steele in that number 79 machine. Kind of been an up and down night for Gary fighting through adversity, but we've seen him up front a couple of times, so be on the lookout. I like the one of the Boyles. Yeah, we got multiple Boyles out here, twin brothers. And yeah, Gary Steele could really throw a monkey wrench into those brothers' plans, but I don't know. I picked Janek. Obviously, my pick's out the window at this point. He's back in 14th. I'm not sure if he's used his quick repair. I'm not sure if he used it right then and there, but guys, I don't know what to expect. Let us know who you think's going to win in the chat. Who you rooting for?
I don't know what to expect either. And I've always been a little cautious of predicting what these guys are going to do, because anything can happen. And, you know, we're talking about guys in the top 5, and our winner can come up from outside the top 10. Anything can happen over these last 2 laps. And it's just a matter of how many restarts we're going to get. We could have another big couple wrecks up front and another couple restarts from here on out. So I know it's not what everybody wants to see, but it can happen. So any one of these cars still has a shot. Even people like you, even your pick, Evan Janek back there in 14th. He gets a couple lucky cautions and he gets some big wrecks happening he's able to avoid. Next thing you know, he could be up here at the front.
Troy Nissen up there as well in that number 19. We've seen him up the front a couple times, but kind of under the radar most of the night. But that 19,
he's had a couple bad incidents as well. It's gotten a lot of damage fixed. Went us a couple laps down, got them both back. So he's definitely on the comeback trail. He just hasn't really shown much up front until this very moment. But guess what? This is when you want to be up here. Doesn't matter where he was 100 laps ago. What matters is he's up here right now.
You got to put all your chips on the table at this point. Let us know who you think's going to win this race in the chat. It's coming down the wire. It's going to be a green-white checkered finish. We got 2 more if we need them. If we make it to the white flag, that is it, though. They'll race back to the checkered flag, and we'll have a winner. We're 20 minutes away from 1 o'clock. I'm concerned. We might lose this over bet, Sean, if we don't get done before 1. So got to get this done. I thought it was a guarantee, but the clock is ticking.
Yep, thank God. Maybe that's where the line was drawn. You know, if it was, 12:45, I would have to think about it.
We are approaching 4 hours into this race. We're going to have a winner within the next quarter of an hour, hopefully sooner if we can make it past the white flag here. They're going to be coming to see 2 to go. Again, the FOL Daytona 500, multiple leagues looking to claim bragging rights for the win here after 500 miles. Pace car makes their way down pit road. Going to be Boyles and Steele on the front row. We're racing once again here in Daytona. 2 laps to go. Boyles and Potts, they get away cleanly. That outside line, Steele and Nissen, the two purple cars hooking up on the outside. The other Boyle twin moves to the outside. Stack up. Be careful, fellas. They're going to get it gathered back up 3 wide. I believe that's Ryan Hinkle falling back on the outside line there. No help. Right now, the drivers working their way down the backstretch, Sean.
The contact right there at the front between Dylan Potts and Adam Boyles. He's going to move back down in front of the 53. And the momentum's going to be coming back from this top line with Dylan Potts leading it as they come around, hopefully maybe to take the white flag. 1 car on the apron. It's the 2 car, Scott Drost. I think they're going to keep it together, Ellis. I think we're going to have it. No, they're not. Not 12 car.
Hold
down
on to it, guys. Don't breathe. Caution out. No caution. No caution. Will they make it? No caution yet.
No caution yet. White flag.
They're going to race back.
They're going to race to the line. The 12 car in the wall. That's going to end his race. He's in the wall up there with the 19. As the 22 is going to move up the block, Gary Steele into turn 3. Oh, Brian Brobst in the wall. Their contact with the 70. What I say, Ellis?
Adam Boyle and Gary Steele. Those are the 2 cars that are going to be fighting here unless somehow 2 cars behind them are able to work together and catch up. Steele doesn't want to wait. He makes the move down into turn number 4, side by side. Shades of Yarborough here. Oh my goodness, they've caught back up. Boyles, that is Nicholas Moffitt in the number 70. Wow, who's going to win? And it's going to be Boyles at the line. Boyles and Boyles.
1, 2.
Oh my goodness.
What did I say, Ellis, about the last lap? It's going to be a last lap wreckfest, and it sure was. Adam Boyles came across the line as the leader on the last lap and was able to make the blocks. They got a lucky break with a wreck right behind them, but then the 79 just pulled out for the pass way too early and allowed the pack to consume them all, and that decided it. Adam Boyles, your big winner tonight. His brother Michael in second. Third place is going to go to the 57 of Samuel, who was wrecked just a couple minutes ago. He moved his way back up into third. Samuel restarted in the 14th position that last caution.
Wow.
What did we just watch, Ellis?
Oh, I don't know. I felt like there was 4 different crashes going on simultaneously on the backstretch as the top three drivers worked their way down to the start-finish line. And hopefully we'll get them into the broadcast booth. We're going to give them a minute to get those cars parked and mosey on into the Discord. Hopefully they can make it. Everyone should have the link. So let's go ahead and take a look at that finish once again.
So the 87 pulls out the past the 22, and they just start dooring each other. They doored each other all the way through 3 and 4 and allowed that pack behind them to start closing in. They had a good 3-4 seconds, a good second and a half on them. You saw the replay there of Brian Brobst getting spun by the 70 car. Brian right there in position to capitalize, gets it taken away. And then these 2 guys, they just start racing, and they start racing really, really hard. You'd think this was Bristol down here in turns 3 and 4. Look, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, down to the apron goes the 22, and here comes the pack. And the 70 car just shoves the 22, doesn't pull out the pass to try to win or anything. He just shoves the 22, and they start squabbling. And here comes Michael Broyles around the outside. The 22 makes the 1 block he needs to make on his brother, and he comes home a winner tonight. That was certainly one hell of a last lap. And he has to thank the 70 for that big push coming off of turn 2, because if it wasn't for that, he probably would have finished back there with Gary. What a race.
Right now, waiting for drivers to make their way into the Discord. Just looking through the chat right now, we're going to select one winner to take home that pack of Hendrick cars, diecast cars. Give us one moment. We're going to give that win to do the random drawing here. Bali Civic, you are the winner of the Hendrick 187th scale diecast pack. William Byron and Alex Bowman.
He lost the over-under, but he won the diecast.
Make sure we got that. I'm putting that into the chat right now.
See some celebratory bumps there between the brothers coming home 1-2. Somebody called that in the chat a while ago. Kudos to them. The ambiguity called it. Do I call a Boyles 1-2? Yes, you did, buddy. Great call by you. You got it done. And so did they. Great run tonight out of that 57 also. So he was up front, leading laps, running well. Got involved in that wreck, came back to finish on the podium in third. Gary Steele in fourth. So close to a Daytona 500 win. Gets it taken away with some hard racing on the last lap. He's going to come home P4. Nicholas Moffitt is going to come home in fifth after getting into the 11 on the last lap. Robert Brost involved into a wreck, going to come home sixth. Ryan Hinkle seventh. Trevor McCoy in eighth. And to round out your top 10, it's going to be Scott Drost and Jeremy Dahl. Wraps it all up 30 X later with a top 10.
All right, we'll go ahead here from our third place finisher, Jackson Samsel. Are we pronouncing that right, Jackson?
Samsel. Yeah, you got it.
Awesome, man. Well, congratulations. This is Ellis, John, and Johnny up in the Slingshot TV booth. You do have a copy. Awesome finish, man. Oh my goodness. My brain has kind of exploded after 3.5 hours, 200 laps out there. I can't imagine what your brain feels like right now. How crazy was that race from the driver's perspective?
I mean, I would think I was a lap down for like half of that race. That was just insane. And then the podium was me and two of my best friends in the world. And that's just so storybook. That last lap, we got a run and finished 1, 2, 3. It was a long race, but it's so worth it at the end.
Man, yeah, that was awesome. It's even cooler that all three of y'all were working together and are good friends with each other. So, man, what was the toughest part? How was it racing around drivers that you're typically not used to racing around? How difficult did that make it to kind of navigate your way through the field for 200 laps?
Good thing is most of these guys I either race with now or raced with then, but there are those new guys where you kind of learn to avoid throughout the 200 laps. You kind of learn which ones you don't know very well, because somebody like Robert, I haven't raced in a league race with him in probably a year, but I trust him enough and I can push him and I know he can push me. So it's just things like that. I think it just kind of develops, and by the end I knew who I could trust, I knew who I couldn't trust, and it seemed to work out.
Man, you did a hell of a job. Congratulations on what was a great race and a battle of attrition, certainly mentally and physically out there. Before we let you go celebrate that third place finish, you got any shout outs for the folks watching at home?
I want to shout out my dad. I know he's watching. I want to shout out Boyles 1-2. That's cool for them. I want to shout out Johnny. I know he did most of the work setting this up. And then the 3 leagues, Slingshot, Frontrunners, and Road and Plate. It was a group effort. I know Johnny and Robert did most of the work, so I want to thank them, and I want to thank you guys. I was kind of tuning into the broadcast under yellow. You guys put on a hell of a show. I can't wait to watch it back. So,
hey man, you gave us plenty to work with. We appreciate it. Congratulations on that third place finish. We're going to let you go celebrate.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. All right, so that was your third place finisher, Jackson Samsel. Sean, I believe you caught up with Michael Boyles.
Michael Boyles, you got a copy?
Hello, how's it going?
Doing good, man. Congratulations on your second place finish. Recap that crazy race for us if you can. We know that you were one of the fastest cars all day. You lost a little track position there late, but you were up front for most of that whole race.
It was like the game plan going into it was not to die, and I thought the best way to do that was just to stay up front, because the past few months of me doing super speedway races, they have not turned out well. So I just kind of changed the game plan going into it, just try and, not be as aggressive, but also stay up front the majority of the race. But then halfway through it, when Jackson and Adam and all of them got their laps back, and Nicholas and all of them, we were like, we could actually work together a little bit. So sure enough, we were like, giving call outs for each other, kind of just helping each other out, and figuring out, like, trying to, like, run the lanes and kind of bog them down for each other, and just different things to kind of help us, like, run the race. But we got separated late going into it, and then me and Jackson's plan was just to give it all we got since we dropped a little bit. I going into the white flag, I did not think I was going to end up anywhere close to second. But I just hear Jackson say, "Hey, incoming," and he gives me the biggest push I've ever seen. We got a huge run, and for a second I was like, "Oh man, we might actually have a chance to win this thing." But I'm glad Adam got it too, because he was doing an incredible job up there.
Yeah, we saw you working with your brother Adam for a little bit during the later stages of the race. Can you explain a little bit about the dynamic of that? Do you guys know what you're going to do beforehand, or is it maybe just a little more trickier working with somebody you're so close with?
Well, honestly, since we know each other and know like what we mean when we talk to each other, it's actually made it a lot easier. Because there's been times before where we've worked together. Because I mean, we both like to try and race each other as hard and as hard as we can. But like with us two, we know how we race. We also know that if we work together, we can we can have a good result working together. So sure enough, we kind of tried to make it work, and thank the Lord it did work a little bit. So, but yeah, it's really not that bad. The only time it will be bad is if it's the white flag and it's just us two up front. Then I don't know how that's gonna end. But in the pack racing and all that stuff, we kind of have we kind of have the same mindset. One of us has to win. So, and sure enough, it happened tonight. So it was a blast.
Well, congratulations on your 1-2 finish with your brother. That's a big W for you, both of you guys. Any shout outs you want to give?
Obviously, my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, couldn't do anything without him. Just let me have the ability to have fun on here and just have a good time, and all that good stuff. But also to Adam Boyles and Jackson and all those guys, and front runners, SRL, just all different leagues that are in here. And Slingshot Media for putting on this broadcast, and just letting us have a good time going back and watching it, and listen to some awesome commentators commentate an awesome race. So thank you all as well. Just thanks for Robert and Johnny for setting up this whole deal for the 500, and yeah.
Well, it was fun, man. Congratulations on your second place finish. I'm going to send it back over to Ellis. He's going to be with your winner tonight, his brother, Adam Boyles.
All right, we got Adam Boyles in the victory lane. Adam, this is Ellis, Sean, and Johnny. It's Slingshot TV. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations on what was an absolutely wild win that I don't think any of us could have predicted how crazy that last lap was going to be, but you somehow made it through it. Walk us through that very last lap from beginning to end.
Man, honestly, I don't know what was going on. It was like, let go of the steering wheel, let Jesus take the wheel and have at it. A couple door slams and good stuff like that, and praise the Lord, we ended up first. I can't believe it. I mean, we had everything going against us with that big run with the 79, and thank the Lord, we got it done. I can't believe it.
So let me ask you about the door slamming. Was that initiated by you, or was that just did y'all just go at it through that corner? Was that the strategy, or was it just in response?
Say it's just Dale Earnhardt and Jeff Gordon. They're going to get after it no matter what to go win the Daytona 500. You got to go for it all. Final lap, final corner. Nobody's going to remember second place. They're going to remember first place.
Absolutely. Kind of fought through some adversity, but let me ask you about your twin brother finishing second place. How helpful was it to have a twin out there, not just a teammate, but a twin brother that I'm sure you've raced with for a long time? How big of an advantage is that?
Hey, it's a big advantage. You got that telepathy. That's a real thing. But it wasn't just him. I got to thank him, obviously. Jackson Samsel. Us three have been teammates for years for Impact Racing. And just the chemistry we have together now is just insane. And I'm just grateful to both of them. I'm also grateful to Nicholas Moffitt. You saw that final push. It was me and the 79 side by side, and the 70 car gave me the push I needed to get it done. So I'm still shocked right now. I can't believe we won this thing. God is so good.
Are you going to Disney World?
I'm broke, so no, but that would be cool.
Hey, man, well, it was fun to watch. Before we let you go celebrate, you got any shout-outs for the folks watching at home?
Yeah, most importantly, Jesus Christ. Without him, I'd be nothing. He's changed my life, and he can change, y'all's lives too. I gotta thank Johnny Rapp and the Brops for setting this up. They're awesome people. I remember racing with them back in the day. Back Markers Racing, they're just awesome. And then also, I gotta thank Slingshot TV for what y'all did tonight.
Awesome, man. Well, we enjoyed it. You guys put on a great show, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the next one.
Appreciate it. God bless y'all.
Absolutely, you too. Adam Boyle, winner tonight, and what an amazing race, Sean. I think you and I and Johnny are probably just still trying to wrap our heads around that last lap. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the running order. We already went through the top 10 before we heard from our podium finishers. You had Boyles, and Samsel. Those were your top three. Gary Steele fought back for a fourth place finish. Nicholas Moffitt, you heard him mentioned by one of the Boyles brothers there. He finishes fifth. Robert Bropst, fast car all night, winds up with a six. Probably not what he wanted, but still respectable. Maybe comeback of the race, though, Sean. 21 of Ryan Hinkle finishes in seventh position. Shout out to him for just fighting through everything that was thrown at him tonight. Trevor McCoy finishes eighth in that number 35. Scott Drost finishes ninth in the number 2. And Jeremy Dahl, boy, if there was something going on, he found his way into it tonight, but winds up with a solid 10th place finish for the number 33.
Troy Nissan, the 19, got wrecked on that final lap. Sadly, he's going to be finishing in 11th. Behind him, Justin Lacayo had a fast car out there tonight, finishes 12th. Evan Janik, your pick to win the race, sadly finishes 13th. Dylan Potts wrecked on that final lap, was in position to win this race, finishes 14th. Chris French in 15th. RJ Murphy, last car on the lead lap, in 16th. Brian Bropes did not cross the line, but was in position to win at the very last lap, comes home 17th. Peter Stewart 18th. Jacob Phillips is going to be finishing 19th, and Alex Pollock with a fast car in that 92 survives for a 20th place finish.
Jordan Nissen up there at the end, but didn't survive a couple of those crashes in the green-white checkers. He finishes 21st. 22nd, Dylan Butler again fast. We talked to him towards the end of the race, but got caught up in one of those last-minute crashes. Abe Kalufa finishes 23rd. Randy Gross finishes 24th, and every driver we're pretty much talking about right now had trouble of some substantial amount at some point over the night. As many drivers did. Nathan Gentry finishes 25th. James Danforth finishes 26th in that number 88 machine. Aaron Smith, a frustrating night for him, finishes 27th. Mason Wilson 28th. Ronald Hall 29th. James Williams 30th. James Angie, one of those drivers who was up there early on in the evening, finishes 31st. Brandon Ayers 32nd. Trevor Parcell 33rd. Joshua Osborne, a fast car early, tried to work his way back on the lead lap, but never could quite get there, finishes 34th. Steve Vest, 35th. Patrick O'Toole, one of the early casualties, 36th. 37th was Charles Broderick. And internet trouble, but your pole sitter tonight, Caden Gargiulio, finishes 38th. It was a wild race, guys. It's going to take me a minute to come down from this one, but it was a fun one to watch. Johnny, were you glad to not be out there tonight, or would you want to be in one of those race cars?
Man, I'll tell you what, we saw, there's few wrecks, but really, I mean, over 200 laps, it wasn't that bad, and we saw some incredible racing, 2 and 3 wide, all night long. It never really got single filed out like some of these next-gen races do. It looked like it would have been a lot of fun to be out there, but hey, as always, I'm more than willing to be up here in the booth bringing the action to you guys. And hey, who knows? Maybe the next time I'll be out there on track.
It was a great race. Sean, I appreciate you coming in here. We've worked together a couple times, but as always, you absolutely crushed it along with Johnny. It takes a village to carry the broadcast, and you guys definitely brought it tonight. So cannot thank you enough. And also just the leagues who put this on. Johnny, I know you were instrumental in organizing this race along with the admin for multiple other leagues, including Front Runners Racing League and Road and Plate. So shout out to y'all for doing yeoman's work and putting this all together.
Yeah, we got to give some flowers to Peter Sturt. He's kind of the one that he at least floated the idea to me. Obviously, we've done this before in the past, but we weren't really planning on doing it until Peter threw it over my way, and then we kind of worked together. Him and me, us, Slingshot, and the Front Runners group all kind of worked together on it. And hey, I'll tell you what, it was an amazing show right down to the end.
Man, I had a good time. I know that I'm going to have an even better time when I hit my head on the pillow here shortly, because it has been a long night. We've been on the air for 4 hours, folks. Whether you're watching live or you're watching the replay, thank you for giving us a little bit of your time tonight. If you haven't hit that like and subscribe button, go ahead and do so. It doesn't cost you a single thing. It's one of the best ways that you can support this channel for absolutely no cost at all. We've got racing going on all week. We get back to the action Monday with the Slingshot Racing League Late Model Tour. Johnny, where are they headed this week?
Yeah, so hang on.
Should have put you on the spot.
I don't have the schedule, but
it's all right. It's going to be a great race. I imagine
it might be Langley, or Langley might be the week after. But either way, yeah, that's been a lot of fun to call with Justin Wilson and James Moore in the booth there. And man, I'll tell you what, the points battle there with Kyle Terzak and Braxton DeWeese, and it's really shaping up to be something special.
Yeah, and then Wednesday night, Sean, I know y'all been having a blast calling the Grand National Series races presented by the Undercut Overcut podcast. We're headed to Auto Club this week, I believe.
Yeah, Auto Club's going to be a great show. These guys have been all over each other since the start of the year. We've had some great races. Braxton DeWeese came home with a dominant win last week. He's going to be going for 2 in a row this week, and I wouldn't put it past him to get it done.
I'll be looking to get that win out there. We'll see if I can pull it off, but it'll be a fun one to watch. And then Thursday night, we've got the NSRLA Downtown Auto Sales Series. Just 4 races left in their playoffs. We're headed to Talladega. Boy, it's going to be, I don't know if I can take 2 plate races in a row in 1 week, man. That's going to be a tough one, but those drivers are going to put on a heck of a show. I am sure. They got 4 races left. Tune in for all of these races, folks, on Slingshot TV. We do this 3 or 4 times a week, and maybe more to come. So we hope you enjoyed the broadcast and the action tonight, and we hope everyone has a great night and enjoys the rest of their weekend. Stay safe, stay warm out there, folks. We'll catch y'all next time the green flag flies. Have a great weekend.